Welcome to Mott's monthly board meeting on the 18th of May. For those that are able to stand, would you please stand and face the flag and say the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, call the meeting to order. May I have a roll call for attendance, please?
Roll call for attendance. Trustee Daly?
Here.
Trustee Dodson?
Present.
Trustee Guerra?
Present.
Trustee Miller? Absent. Trustee Reyes?
Present.
Trustee Walcott? Here. Chair Swanson?
Here.
There is a quorum.
Okay. Any additions to the agenda? Art?
Yes, I would like to add to, I guess, I don't know if it'd be unfinished business or new business because it hasn't come up before the board as yet, but using the communication portal, we'd gone through and I asked a question and received an unsatisfactory answer. So I would move that the item addressing the board not being able to readily enter the administrative suite be added to the ballot, or to the agenda.
Second. Where do we want to add that? Would be 2.18, is that where it would be?
New business.
2.18?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose? Ayes have it. John. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I would also like to, underneath or after closed session, have a spot in between that and board comment for a possible statement from the board in regards to complaint against a board member by MEA.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Could you restate the motion?
To have a spot in between closed session and board comment so the board can make a response to the complaint against board member by MEA.
Okay, any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, we will move on. With the adoption, yes. Yep. I'd entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion's been made, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, recognition of guest. Shonda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first like to recognize Lauren Christine Bickle being the recipient of the 2026 Phil Braun Award. Lauren is unable to join us this evening. We do want to recognize Lauren, who has graduated with her associate degree in science. She maintained a 4.0 GPA through all of her years at Mott and has been on the dean's list every semester that she attended. Lauren was a trustee scholarship recipient and was part of Mott's honor program. During her freshman year, Lauren was part of the Honors College Clown Troupe as Beanie, and she kept herself busy throughout her time at Mott by volunteering, maintaining her great grades, working as a barista, being an active member in her church, and also staying connected with family and friends. After graduation, Lauren is returning to Mott to be part of the 2-year dental hygiene program. She would like to thank her family and friends for supporting her throughout school, as well as the Board of Trustees for giving her the opportunity to further her education. Congratulations to Lauren. And next, I would like to call forward Teresia Zayden. Teresia is being recognized as being the recipient of the 2026 Paul Carr Award. Teresia is graduating with her Associate in Applied Science degree, majoring in Computer Information Systems. She's an international student from Lebanon who arrived in the United States 5 years ago, who also holds a master's degree in economics from St. Joseph University of Beirut. At Mott, she has been active in many of the organizations here. She's a member of Phi Theta Kappa, a member and former president of the National Society of Leadership and Success, Mott chapter, and has served 2 terms on the Student Presidential Advisory Council, contributing to projects that are actively improving Mott's campuses, as you've all been hearing more about lately. As a STEM student, Teresia has conducted research on AI in cybersecurity and has presented her findings at the college. She was also part of representing Mott at the Science Talk 26 conference in Portland. Additionally, she's involved in the Honors Program, the History Club, the International Club, and several cultural networking events with the International Center of Greater Flint and the National Multicultural Diversity Institute, where she proudly represents Lebanon and Mott's student body. Teresia also has received the honor of joining several other students to represent Mott at the Michigan Community College Association Capitol Day in Lansing back in April. Beyond campus, she serves as the national coordinator and board member of the National Apostolate of Maronites, overseeing 9 regions and supporting more than 2,500 members nationwide. She also guides youth in her local church chapter of the Maronite Youth Organization. After graduation, Teresia hopes to work for a major tech company, gain practical experience, and eventually build her own business from the ground up. Can we congratulate Teresia on this special honor?
Thank you, Mrs. President. Thank you, all of the board members. This is my 3rd time. I have to be more familiar of talking. So thank you so much for your trust. And I am glad to be part of Mott and be now alumni student. I'm so glad, I'm so happy. And even if I move away, I don't know where the future will be for me in any country, I don't know, but Mott will be part of my heart. And as I said in my speech during the ceremony, Mott is my home. And every single person here have something special in my heart. So I will never ever forget Mott or any person here who helped me and have trust in me. Thank you.
And next, Dale Wayhill, Associate Vice President of Institutional Advancement, will present a recognition.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm pleased to recognize and celebrate 2 of our employees who are recent graduates from the Flint, wait, let me get this right. Hold on here. Leadership Flint and Genesee program. I used to run this program, you wouldn't know it. Leadership Flint and Genesee started out as Leadership Flint in 1971. It's had many iterations, including being part of Resource Genesee, where I was the CEO at one point. It is now housed in what I'll call the Flint Genesee Chamber of Commerce. And every year, for many years, the college has sent 2 employees, usually, to this program to hone their leadership skills and learn more about the outside community. We are a community college, so it makes sense for them to know what is going on in terms of Flint and Genesee County. So the first person I want to recognize, she is not here tonight, but Jennifer Cronkrite, who could not be with us, she's our coordinator of concurrent enrollment programs. She is one of the grads, if you'd give her a round of applause in her absence. And then I'm pleased, Marie, would you stand? Marie Prekates is our second graduate of Leadership Flint and Genesee. Marie is the College and Community Advancement Coordinator within the Office of Institutional Advancement, where I work. More specifically, she works in the foundation and reports to Lynetta Coney. Give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. And next, Mr. Al Perry, Acting Assistant Vice President of Student Success Services, will provide an update on spring athletics.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam President, Chair, Board of Trustees. I have an exciting spring athletics update for you. So we'll start with our softball team. Our softball team had a remarkable year. They went 34-13 on the year, which is becoming common practice for them. So really excited to see them continue that success. They went to the regional finals and ended up falling short to Cuyahoga Community College, but we're really happy with their performance this year. Our baseball team just concluded their regional tournament, and it's the first time they've been to regionals in 7 years. So we're really excited that they made it back to that tournament this year. They were 15-10 in the conference, so another great season for them. Our women's golf program went to regionals as a team. That was in Shawnee, Oklahoma. And we had one golfer, Sophia Rossi, who you see depicted up there in a picture, placed 9th at regionals and qualified for nationals. So she went to nationals last week in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and took 52nd. So we're very proud of her and excited to see this burgeoning women's golf program continue to have student athletes make the nationals. Really exciting. And then last but certainly not least, our men's golf team went to regionals 2 weeks ago in Bedford Valley, which is over by Battle Creek, and we won the regional golf tournament, probably the first time in 4 years, I believe, and qualified for nationals as a team. So they start nationals today, and we're hoping they are able to bring home some more hardware. So that concludes the update, and thank you for the opportunity. Very exciting time in athletics.
Thank you, Al. Mr. Chairman.
Communications.
So the board should have received one communication that was at their desk. There was a second that was submitted by the public. However, that comment had no language in it. So if there is a Adam Rebant here, I don't know if the, right there, okay. All right, so the intent would be to speak at public comments, so if you could wait till then, okay. And that would conclude communication.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, public comment. Public comment is welcome at this meeting in accordance with the Open Meetings Act and Board Policy 1640. To summarize Board Policy 1640, speakers must identify themselves and any group they may represent. They must identify the subject matter of their remarks and are limited to 5 minutes each. In order to give every speaker a fair chance to speak, we will be timing the remarks so that they are limited to 5 minutes. If you go long, I will politely ask you to wrap it up, and speech that is inappropriate or defamatory will be deemed to be disruptive, and the speaker can be removed from this meeting if the disruptive conduct continues. Personal attacks, name-calling, and unsubstantiated charges of wrongdoing will be deemed inappropriate or defamatory when directed toward an individual. Members of the audience are expected to conduct themselves appropriately as well. You are cautioned to refrain from disruptive behavior such as making remarks while somebody else is speaking, interrupting the business of the board, trying to engage members of the board in dialogue during the board meeting, or making displays of approval or disapproval such as applauding or booing. I will deem this type of conduct to be disruptive and will ask that you leave or be removed. Jordan?
So the first comment has been submitted by Adam Rebant of Citizens, or from the organization Citizens Defending Freedom. And Adam, if you could just state the topic once you step up to the mic. Thank you.
All right, good evening. How is the board doing tonight and the president? I hope everybody's doing well. My name is Adam Rebant with Citizens Defending Freedom, and I'm the faith director here in Michigan and have a long appreciation for Mott Community College going back at least 20 years. The athletic update definitely speaks my language. One of my teammates actually came and played baseball here back in the early 2000s. And then also, I am an athletic director, and we had an opportunity to go through and play a bunch of the Flint public schools. And I just wanted to thank this specific board and the president for their vision, not only for the athletic department, but also for your strategic plan. I reviewed that online. One of our pillars at Citizens Defending Freedom is education. We believe that everyone should have a great, fair opportunity to education. And one of the things that I noticed on the strategic plan was affordability, right, and opportunity, and then also partnerships for some of the graduates. I was so impressed by the young people getting awarded up here, and I don't know how young, but I consider myself young too, but not quite as young. But I want to thank you for the strategic plan that involves trying to increase your enrollment, also increasing the credentials awarded, and I want to congratulate you. I think you just celebrated almost 500, is that what I heard, graduates from the community college that will become active workers in this community and continue to grow it. So clearly a lot of great things are happening here, and I want to thank you for all your work as a board. Lastly, Citizen Defending Freedom, I just wanted to thank you for your commitment to truth on this board. Certainly, one of our foundational documents talks about the freedom of speech and that all views should be recognized and allowed to speak. I love the format here. We can have a cordial conversation. And I would just like to encourage that, because when all things are welcomed, regardless of belief, I know anytime we hear someone that doesn't agree with what we are saying, we view it very as though it's weightless. Whatever we believe, the other person says something that's weightless, but the important thing is that everything is put to the middle of the table for discussion. Truth always rises to the top. It's actually written in the law of the universe that truth will always find its way. So allowing that opportunity for speech is extremely important. So I just want to thank you for what you're doing here. I've enjoyed the Flint community. I brought my basketball teams here to play against your schools, Carmen Ainsworth and Flint Elite, and some of those that you're probably very familiar with. But thank you for letting me be before you today, and I wish you all the best on continued success, because this board has great vision, and even selecting the president with great vision, being an entrepreneur. I read your bio online as well. And when students are attending here at this school and they see someone that's gone through and had success as an entrepreneur, not only do they say, hey, I can do that too, but they also have help from people that have gone through it. And clearly, this is a very strong board, and I love the direction that you're taking. And like I said, education being one of our fundamental pillars, I just want to commend you on all the great work that you're doing. So please keep it up, and thank you so much.
The next comment has been submitted by Kathleen Watchhorn of Kersley Street on the topic of public trust.
Hello. Tonight I want to address two specific actions that I'm asking the board to take. First, I'm asking the board not to adopt the more informal procedures associated with small board status. This proposal was first raised by Trustee Swanson at a recent meeting, and that prompted me to review what such a change would mean. A 7-member board already qualifies as a small board under Robert's rules. The only effect of this proposal would be to shift the board toward more informal procedures. Those procedures were designed for boards that operate with a high level of trust and consensus. As anyone who's been attending for the last several years knows, this is not the current condition of this board. Close 4-3 votes, ongoing disputes, and active legal matters indicate division. In that environment, informality does not improve governance. It reduces clarity, weakens accountability, and makes the decision-making process harder for the public to follow. Structure is most important when trust is limited. Formal procedures ensure equal participation and make board actions transparent. Moving toward informality now would not strengthen public confidence. Second, I'm asking the board to follow through on its commitment to share the procedures and outcomes of the recent investigations. Several meetings ago, board members stated that this information would be made public so the community could understand both the process and the reasoning behind the conclusions. To date, that information has not been provided. As a member of the public, I am asking for a clear timeline and a clear format for that disclosure. Transparency is essential when an institution is facing controversy or division. The public needs to understand not only what decisions were made, but how they were reached. If investigations are referenced publicly to justify actions or reassure the community, then the procedures, the scope, and the conclusions should also be shared within legal limits. Providing that information strengthens credibility. Failing to provide it undermines it. Both of these issues concern the same principle: public trust. Clear procedures and timely transparency are basic expectations for public governance. So, I want to restate the 2 actions I am asking this board to take. First, do not adopt more informal small board procedures. Second, release the investigation procedures and outcomes as previously promised. These steps strengthen trust. Anything less weakens it. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Tiffany Morris of Flint on the topic of the agenda.
Good evening, members of the board, faculty, students, and community members. My name is Tiffany Morris, and I'm here tonight because I care deeply about our community, our students, and the future of this nation. America became great through faith, freedom, hard work, family values, and the courage to stand for truth. Many of the principles this country was built upon came from biblical values: loving your neighbor, personal responsibility, integrity, and justice. As a Christian, I believe we should never be ashamed to acknowledge God or the teaching of Jesus Christ that helped shape this nation. Jesus taught us to stand for what is right, even when the world pushes against it. In today's culture, many people feel pressure to stay silent, if they hold traditional belief or controversial values. But silence is not leadership. I also want to say that the president of this college is well qualified for her position, and leadership should be judged by integrity, experience, and results, not by political pressure or outside agendas. Strong leadership matters, especially during difficult times, and we should support leaders who are committed to education, accountability, and the success of the student. To the other board members who continue standing strong for conservative values, faith, freedom, and the principles that help make America great, stay strong. Do not allow intimidation, media, press, or political activists to silence your voices. Many people in this community support you and appreciate your courage to stand firm even when it is unpopular. I encourage this board to protect this college from political agendas that seek to divide students rather than educate them. Our school should focus on academics, opportunities, skilled trades, leadership, and preparing young people for success, not pushing ideology movement that try to redefine morality, history, family, or faith. We cannot allow left-wing political agendas to slowly change the foundation of this college or silence people who believe in faith, patriotism, or traditional American values. True diversity includes diversity of thoughts. Students and staff who love America, believe in God, and support conservative values deserve to be respected too. This is not about hate or attacking anyone. It is about standing firm in truth and refusing to let confusion, division, or political pressure take over institutes that belong to the people. I believe Flint deserves strong leadership, and I believe America is still worth fighting for. And I believe that with God's guidance, wisdom, and courage, we can continue to make this nation strong for the future generation. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
The next comment has been submitted by Kim Owens, representing the MCCEA, and from Graham Blank on the topic of board concerns.
Good evening. On behalf of the MCCEA, the faculty union, I am reading the following statement. Pursuant to Board Policy 1325 Code of Conduct Ethics, which requires trustees to maintain integrity and transparency, the MCCEA has filed a formal ethics complaint against the board chair. During the arbitration hearing on December 12, 2025, in regards to the hiring of the president with no search firm and no input from faculty, the chair provided sworn testimony that the sole purpose of the ad hoc committee was to identify and recommend a search committee to find the next permanent college president. The chair explicitly stated that the ad hoc committee was never intended to interview or review applicants for the president's position. This assertion that the committee had no further purpose is demonstrably false. The chair was provided with the official minutes from the September 13, 2024 Board of Trustees meeting, which clearly notes the ad hoc committee's responsibilities during this testimony. According to the approved minutes, the ad hoc committee was empowered to 1, develop the profile of the ideal candidate for the presidency, 2, oversee marketing for the recruitment process, 3, review all applications for the position of permanent college president, 4, narrow the search to the top 5 semifinalists, 5, confirm the credentials and qualifications of applicants, 6, make arrangements for on-site visits by finalists, and finally, work with the board attorney regarding contract terms. These responsibilities explicitly include reviewing applications and narrowing the pool of candidates. While a motion was made in a subsequent meeting on October 8, 2024, which amended the prior motion to include a search committee under the direction of the ad hoc committee, the motion did not remove all the responsibilities given to the ad hoc committee in the prior meeting. The chair's direct testimony, therefore, is in direct contradiction to the official record, which he himself voted to adopt and voted to approve. Specifically, the minutes reflect that the current chair moved to not use a search firm for the permanent presidential search, but to use an ad hoc committee and the resources of Mott Community College, including the board attorney, as was used in the search for the interim president. In addition, he made the motion regarding which powers the ad hoc committee would have. His testimony that the committee was not formed to review or interview candidates conflicts with his own motion and the documented approved charge of the committees. This situation raises several critical questions. If the chair believed the minutes were inaccurate, why did he vote to approve them? If the minutes were incorrect, why were they not corrected in subsequent meetings? If these meetings are accurate, why did the chair provide sworn testimony to the contrary? And why did the college's final arbitration brief repeat this misrepresentation without correction? Such discrepancies are deeply troubling. They undermine the integrity of the board's official record keeping and call into question the chair's fitness for leadership. It is untenable for the board chair to assert under oath a version of events that directly contradicts the official approved minutes and his own motions. Both cannot be true. Furthermore, the chair has shown a pattern of withholding information and failing to communicate openly with the board and the public, which is contrary to the college's best interests. His actions in this matter suggest a deliberate concealment of material facts, which impedes transparency and accountability. Given these serious ethical concerns, the faculty union believes that the college cannot continue under the current chair's leadership. At this time, we continue to await an outline of steps that will be taken. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Bobby Walton of Davison on the topic of bylaws, selecting appointments, and trust.
Good evening. I'm going to precede my written comments by noting that a lot of what has happened in the last 3 years has arisen from the original meeting of this of the Everman-led board in 2023 in January. And if anyone wants to know how that origin caused what we still see on the 7-member board, just go back to the 3 meetings that were conducted in January of 2023 on YouTube, and you can review exactly what happened at that meeting, which showed that the origin of the 4 leaders in that board arose out of a violation of Open Meetings Act, which can be verified by documentation, which I have in my possession at home. So I will go forward with my written comments. The MAGA members of this board and the previous Everman-led board stole from the community. You violated all ethical principles to appoint the MCC president without submitting Richardson Snell to the competitive process the public has a right to expect. Today, I am asking you to do the following 3 things to correct the direction you've taken. 1, start the process to issue an RFP for a board attorney. 2, select your board recording secretary and parliamentarian through the hiring process. And 3, reestablish meetings of your finance committee. Your fiscal oversight is a very important fiduciary requirement of your job, and you have been dropping that ball. I believe your intentions to cheat the public lie in every choice this MAGA board has made to line up hand-picked staff. You don't follow your own bylaws and procedures. For instance, your interim attorney and your parliamentarian are each appointed by this board without any competition through the hiring process required by your bylaws. They join your president, who did not go through a competitive process. Why is that? Your interim attorney was appointed by your board chair in November of 2024, ostensibly to write a contract. He was then appointed by the next MAGA board to be interim board counsel. Now it has been over a year, and you have not even started the RFP competitive process to hire an attorney. Why is that? Your parliamentarian was originally appointed to be the recording secretary. She did not compete. She is a temp employee. She is the only temporary employee to be given a raise in the last fiscal year. Why is that? Is it because she is a friend of your appointed president of the MAGA board? I have addressed this board many times and reminded you that our trust arises from the rules, laws, and regulations you are obligated to follow. As I have pointed out, we do not trust you because you do not follow them. What is our recourse when you don't follow them? You have one committee that is functioning, and that is working to amend all bylaws and board policies. The amendments will weaken the board, beef up the authority of your appointed president, create a strong man chairmanship, and erase a policy to keep Mott a community college that represents the community. I am asking you to change what we see happening. Thank you.
That would conclude public comment.
Okay, moving right along to the consent agenda. Actually, there's only one item on the consent agenda. That's the approval of the minutes of the April 27th, 2006 meeting. And I believe there's a typo on that, is there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I want to call the attention of the board to the minutes. There's a typo, so please, the minutes will be corrected to correct that typo. It's on page 519J and 520J. It has to do with the timing. It references that the meeting returned to open session on 12:45 p.m. It should say a.m. and that the meeting adjourned at 12:48 p.m. It says p.m. It should say a.m.
Santino?
Make a motion to approve with those amendments.
Second.
Okay, motion that's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, moving along to approval of the minutes of the closed session for April 27th, 2006. Would you? We will hand those out. Santino?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Yeah, you still have to finish reading.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion to approve the minutes. Been seconded. Any discussion?
Could you give us another second to finish reading?
Absolutely.
I just seconded so that the motion wouldn't die for lack of a second.
Sure.
But
Actually, I cannot vote on, I wasn't there for half of that, so I cannot vote on.
No, that's not correct.
That's not correct? I can vote to approve them even though I wasn't there. Not sure how that works, but, okay. What's that?
Minutes to vote on that I wasn't there for. And I'm talking to the chair, so please don't interrupt, Diane.
No, she was just answering a question for me, John.
Okay. And so you can vote, but you shouldn't.
Right, well, I was there for half of it, so I'll vote on that half. That. Thank you. Is everybody finished? Okay, do we need a roll call vote on for the closed session? No? All in favor? Well, no, more discussion, excuse me. Any more discussion? Any discussion at all? John?
The meeting at 12:38, so I'll be voting only on that portion of the meeting that I was there for.
Okay. All right, any other? Seeing none,
Chairman Swanson.
Oh, I'm sorry, yep.
There's a part in the minutes that I'm not certain of. I think it's just the wording that I feel needs to be looked at a little bit further.
Changing minutes from closed sessions is a little problematic because the information in the minutes are actually protected and by the Open Meetings Act closed session rules, so we can't be specific. I would suggest that you submit in writing your concern, and if the minute taker believes that they would more accurately express what actually happened, then the minutes will be changed. Pending that, if there was a real significant issue with the minutes, I believe it can go into closed session under Section H of the Open Meetings Act to discuss.
If there's a question, we're going into closed session later on, can't we handle that and then circle back to approving these minutes?
If you vote to go into closed session for that purpose, you can do it under Section H, just as I said, and I believe Attorney DeWitt may wanted to talk about that.
And one person reviews it, and then that person and that person alone makes a determination, there's going to be a change in the minutes, and then I'm really not comfortable with that process.
Well, we can go into closed
Yeah,
session.
we're going to go into closed session anyway. I'm sorry, Art.
Art?
The other option the board has is to defeat the motion to accept these minutes, make the corrections, and then vote again on it. There's nothing that prohibits us from turning it down.
Right, it has to be talked about in closed session. Yeah, Santino?
I was going to make a motion to table this till after the closed session. And then that way it can be talked about in closed session.
Okay, I have a motion to table.
Second.
Okay. Kenyatta, did you have anything else? You still got your mic on?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right. Got a motion, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor to table until the closed session is over with tonight, and then bring it back up. Say, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And you
Opposed?
realize that you made a commitment that the closed session will be done tonight, not tomorrow morning, like the last one was?
I wasn't part of that last month. Okay, that motion passes, so we'll.
You can hold on to those minutes.
With the board's permission, I'll spend a minute talking with Dr. Dotson about her concern, just so that I'm well-informed and can discuss it. Is that okay? Thanks.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, informational reports. I believe that's where we're at. Okay, I'd like to remind the board that the best practice as far as parliamentarian goes concerning the informational report should be they not voted on for approval, just be accepted or received. And that includes the treasurer's report. Okay? All right. Shonda, did you want to go with?
Sure. I am happy to introduce Larry Gothrop, Chief Financial and Administrative Officer, to present the Treasurer's Report for April.
Okay, thank you, Madam President, Board Chair. Do we have a slide up? Thank you. So at the last meeting, board meeting, the board had requested that the attorney fees be presented. So to give some context, just wanted to provide the past 2 fiscal years, a comparison, and then where we're at year-to-date. So we do have Board of Trustees, General Legal, non-standard items, and the non-standard items you'll see are the various different, I guess, specific projects that were required or work that was required from firms. You will also see that that is also a non-standard item also under the administration, general administration as well. So we're looking at the total. You can see the variance, favorable, unfavorable by category or by line item. And then also the year-to-date, very favorable, unfavorable. So in summary, our total expenses have increased. However, of the in fiscal year 24-25, you'll see about $197,000 was in these non-standard type of items, and year-to-date it's $371,000 year-to-date of these type of specific engagements, I guess I'll say. Any questions on that? I'll go on with the treasurer's report then. Okay. So for the April treasurer's report, a few highlights. In April of 2026, our total general fund revenues and transfers, $6.5 million. Year-to-date, $87.8 million. Total general fund expenditures and transfers out, about $6.6 million and $71.9 million year-to-date. Revenue highlights, April credit tuition is higher than prior year by about $249,000 and $159,000 higher than 2 years ago. Non-credit tuition and fees are lower than the last 2 years at the same time. Credit tuition year-to-date is higher than last year, and non-credit is slightly lower. April property tax revenue is higher than last year and lower than 2 years ago, but again, this is due to timing of payments that we receive. Excuse me, the year-to-date property tax revenues is outpacing the prior 2 years as budgeted. Expenditure highlights, April salaries and wages are comparable to the prior year with fringes lower than last year. April contracted services are comparable to the past 2 years, and the other expenses are also comparable to the prior 2 years, with the exception of operations and communications. And this is due to the timing of the recording of the bad debt allowance that we made, but they are in line with budgeted amounts. Year-to-date expenditures are in line with budgeted amounts and comparable to the budget percentage compared to prior years. And then the accrued payroll has been, ever since the audit is up, and that's because of the GASB recording of sick pay liability that we had to do. Total assets, April 2026, $47.6 million. April 2025, $41.9 million, and the 3-year average is 41.6, rounded. Total liabilities, 17 in April 26, 13.3 in April 2025, and 14.1 for a 3-year average. The total legal expenses for the month that were paid is $108,655, comprised of $48,000 in Board of Trustees, $85.90 in General Administration, and $56,997 in extraordinary items. And then just as a reminder, the State of Michigan appropriation proposals, which was a carryover from last month, we have not received any additional information as far as the state funding still, so we're kind of in a holding pattern on that with the information that we had. That ends my treasurer's report.
Board Policy Committee. Oh, I'm sorry, Art, did you have a question for?
No, I didn't. I was waiting for him.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Art was going to do the report today since I was sick
That's
that
fine.
day. Thank
That's
you.
fine.
The Board Policy Committee met on Wednesday, May 13th. Meeting started at 3 p.m. And we went over several of the proposed policies, a couple of which are coming to us tonight as second readings, and a couple that are first readings. that went through. I don't know really how much detail you want me to. Yeah, okay, all right.
Okay, unfinished business. We've got 3 second readings of policy changes. Unless there's an objection, we will dispense with the out loud, excuse me, the out loud reading of them by Jordan, as they are somewhat lengthy, and the board has the text of the proposed policy. So if there's no objection, all right. 2.12, Amendment of Board Policy 1620, Parliamentary Procedures, second reading. Everybody has the executive summary that explains the rationale for the policy change. Is there any discussion on any of the changes?
And then a second, then we discuss it, right?
I was going to get to the motion, yes.
Okay, well, let's do the motion and then the discussion.
Well, that'll be just fine, John.
Mr.
That
Chair.
is the procedure.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion that's been seconded. No, it hadn't been seconded. I'm waiting for a second. Kenyatta?
We need to make a motion before discussing.
I've got a motion. I'm waiting for a second.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion that's been seconded. Any discussion? Santino?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
I've stated my position pretty clearly on this. The first thing is that this is nothing more than a power grab by the part of the board chair. The existing Robert's Rules of Order have a provision within them that the chair, if he wants to make a motion, can surrender the gavel and step down. Make the motion, participate in the process as long as vote, and then step back and assume the gavel once the business has been concluded. There is no reason to do this. And the only reason it's there is because the chair wants to have an absolute ironclad control of what's going on in this meeting. The second thing is, I disagree strongly with number 4 that's being proposed. Okay, the chairperson, while presiding, may fully participate in the meeting by making, motions, debating, and voting on any matter, okay? Now, any is a pretty big word. Okay, this motion, we have a motion that we're dealing with hypothetically. Let's suppose, just for instance, that there was a complaint that had been made against the chair. If this were passed, this would allow the chair to preside over that process. And it would be at the chair's sole discretion. So for these reasons, I cannot support this. This is not a good step towards transparency. It is not a good step towards board governance. It represents a step backwards. And certainly, I can't even believe we'd even consider number 4. So with those statements, I'm not going to support this, and I urge my colleagues to do the same thing.
Well, John, if you will remember, it was you that brought this up and wanted to know what a small board was and what Robert's rules wanted for a set of small board was. This is why this all came to be, was because several meetings ago, you got up on your high horse and.
Knock it off, be nice now.
I am being nice.
No, you're not. If you want to be nasty, I can be nasty too.
I'm being nice, John.
No, you're not either. Not with remarks like get up on your high horse.
You were requesting what a small board was.
That's correct.
Okay, that's how all of this came to be.
And that doesn't mean I have to support this.
Okay, well.
And I don't.
I just wanted to make that point. Any other discussion?
Why do
Any
you
other?
want this? That is a good question, though. Why do you want this? You're the driver in this.
I'm sorry, I recognize
sorry.
Kenyatta.
Thank you. I also have I have some concerns regarding this particular policy. I mean, we've already been identified and functioning as a small board. And I'm not quite sure, you know, with my term of being here for almost 2 years, not quite just yet, but I haven't had the opportunity of going through all policies. So I would like a little bit more context around, the amendment also makes reference to Board Policy 1660, which provides that certain small board rules will not be applicable to the conduct of MCC board meetings. I want to know, like, what does that entail and what does that mean? And also the one following that, the amendment also changes the threshold for suspending the rules from a majority vote to a 2/3 vote of members elected to and serving on the board, which is more consistent with RONR. Are these two new additions to this particular policy, or have they always been there?
Well, I will put this to the parliamentarian. Diane?
Yes, so the two policies. Yep. The two policies that relate to how this board conducts their meetings in accordance with Robert's rules are 1620 and 1660. 1620 did not previously identify this board as a small board, but it always has been, as you've pointed out. The problem is when certain aspects of conducting yourself as a small board, particularly with regard to the chair, has been challenged when the way the chair's ability to make motions and to participate in the debate and to vote is consistent with small boards. So that is why, to put it expressly in your policy, that's the only area of small boards that this board has not conducted itself. Members do not have to rise to get the attention of the chair. You do have to do that in larger assemblies. The only time that the chair is supposed to leave the chair to participate in the debate is when it's in a large assembly, not in a small board. So that has been the problem. It's been the one time that it's been challenged about acting and conducting yourself as a small board. Now, what has 1660 done? 1660 actually had a couple of features that are in derogation of small boards. For example, in a small board, you do not always have to do things by motion. 1660 requires, and that is still intact, okay?
Right.
So
Diane,
that's what it's meant by, if it's in 1660 in essence will trump what's in 1620. And aspects of 1660 are different from normal small board rules as to making motions, as to requiring seconds.
Okay.
So that's why they're referenced. So in other words, this board has been conducting itself in small boards except for the exceptions that were listed in 1660. Now, you also mentioned about, I believe, majority versus 2/3.
Well, it says that this amendment also makes reference to 1660, and then it talks about certain small board rules will not be applicable to the conduct of MCC board meetings. So I think the wording of this needs to change a bit. And I understand everything else about the standing, the sitting, all of those things, but my concern is the two that I just mentioned, as well as what Trustee Daly mentioned earlier, that the chairperson, while presiding, may fully participate in the meeting by making motions, debating and voting on any matter. I do believe that the chairperson should be a neutral party when making motions and things of that nature. So I just wanted to ask more about this so that I can understand it a little bit more. And I think the 2/3 vote, we're already a small board. We've already had 4-3, 3-4, like however that goes. But I think we need to maintain the small board that we've already have and the way in which we've been voting, because it gives more of a fair and equitable process than having a 2/3 vote of members.
So to address the rule suspension, sentence, rules may be suspended, subject to changing from a majority 2/3. That rule is more consistent with Robert's rules in the sense that anytime you have a rules suspension, it requires more than a majority. However, in the past, it was just a majority, so there's no reason why you can't change it back, or not accept that change. It was just more consistent with what Robert's rules does with regard to that kind of matter.
Thank you.
John?
2 points. One, as I understand it, if there is a conflict between Robert's Rules of Order and our bylaws prevail. Is that correct?
Yes, but the Robert's rules is applicable, and Robert's rules is consistent with the proposed 1620 changes.
But the board could have decided, as they apparently did, to set it at 50%. I wasn't here, you weren't here. I can only conclude because it's in the bylaws, the board did that, and that action, in fact, supersedes the requirement in Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, so
Thank
the
you.
majority is...
Second question is, you said that
Okay.
we've been functioning as a small board all along, except for the requirements dealing with the chair making motions. And tell me, educate me here, what's the difference then between what a small board does and what a regular board does?
It's just a matter of numbers. When you have a small board, okay, the dynamics of decision-making are different, and Robert's rules recognizes that. It basically says if you're 12 or less, you're a small board, and you can follow these rules. And most of those rules for small boards are listed in the proposed amendment, and that is the difference. The main difference, which is part of your concern, Trustee Daly, has to do with the chair. And you are correct with regard to a larger assembly where the chair is expected to conduct the meeting neutrally, not participate in the debate. And that's where that comes from, where the chair might give up the chair to be able to participate in the debate. It's very highly unusual because the chair has been chosen to probably be that middle ground and that neutral presider of the meeting.
But
that's a difference in a big assembly. Robert's rule says if you're 12 members or less, you are a small board. You do not have to designate yourself that way.
But in looking at Robert's Rules of Order, one of the things they stress numerous places in there is the fact that the chair is supposed to be neutral.
With all due respect, that's not true in a small board, especially when it's a board of elected bodies. I'll just leave it there.
Santino?
I'm finished.
So I view this a little differently, and I view this change as more of a modernization of current rules, current policies, and current way the world is. The changes, like as of right now, we haven't even followed the current rules that we have, because we're supposed to, when we address the board, we're supposed to stand up. None of us have stood up when we talk to the board. We are supposed to, before we make those motions, there's many rules that we have not followed prior to, so I think this kind of brings it. And my biggest concern with this being a small board and with the chair, regardless of who the chair is, being an elected official by the community, I believe they should be able to have input on policies and decisions and be part of the discussion that we have here. That's why I view this as more of a modernization. However, I do understand that we have been operating in a weird limbo zone since I've been on the board, and we continue, even though I've seen disagreements, we've continued to move forward. So I don't think if this were to fail today, it would affect us negatively as the college, but I understand the purpose of trying to modernize it, and I'm not objecting to this policy. But if it dies, I understand. I don't have any hard feelings.
John?
And that is a significant departure from the way we've done business on this board, at least during the 5.5 years that I've been on the board.
Okay.
It puts the total decision for the board to participate in the meeting, making motions, debating on any matter, solely in the hands of the chair.
Okay. Art, did you have something?
Yeah. The things that are listed there, the 6 points, those were not individual items that we on the board policy committee came up with individually. That's what Robert's Rules of Order says. If you're going to be a small board, these 6 things are true. So that's where those come from. I understand your point, John, on the any matter, because obviously there are things that, and our conflict of interest policy should preempt you from, you as the chair, not saying, but you as the chair, to participating in any matter, because it's limited by other policies that we have. So I didn't see that as being an issue because it is backed up with other things. This has to do with whether or not the chair should be making motions. I mean, we had that conversation in the board policy meeting as well. I grew up in a system where, the chair did not make motions. And we did it when Everman was chair. We took the gavel from him so that he could make a motion and offer his input. I do believe, and I stated this in the board meeting, that the chair should be that neutral party. But that's how I grew up. In larger than 12-member boards, it was the concept of a small board did not come into play in any way, shape, or form during those. So I see your point, and I see your point. I'm really not sure, which way to go on this, because we are effectively running in a more informal manner. And Robert's Rules of Order is there if something that happens in the meeting is challenged, then you have a reference by which you can go to. We can conduct ourselves however we choose, provided that nobody says point of order. As soon as point of order comes in, then we go to the book. So this amalgamation of small board, large board, that's not a problem. I mean, because until the issue came up with, Jeff, with you making motions by Dr. Daly, it's been run this way for a century. So this is not a huge issue, and I really want to see us move past it so we can talk about other things.
Mr. Chair, I also echo what Art is saying. I think that people do assume that we wrote this part right here, but this is from Robert's Rules of Order. I'm not comfortable with what John said. I'm not comfortable with the word any as well. So that's where I stand on this.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's bring it to a vote to approve Board Policy 1620 as listed in our pamphlets. Okay?
Excuse me, Chair, Ms. Watson.
Yes.
Just one additional. I know I asked for a little bit of context. I don't feel like I got exactly what I need to feel comfortable with giving a yes for this. And it is, the amendment also changes the threshold for suspending the rules. The 2/3 vote, I'm not comfortable with that. So I need to understand that a little bit better. Maybe some of my colleagues here can assist. But even before I came on the board, there was already a struggle with getting a fair, just, and equitable vote. And I just think if we make it easier to do these types of things, we kind of go backwards as opposed to going forward. I feel like we've made a lot of treadway in terms of our voting process and how we work together in order to come to consensus. And I just need some help in understanding this a little bit better.
Santino?
If I could, in regards to suspension of the rules, that would mean that we would stop following all the rules that we have, either by our order that we've already set and other policies, and not abide by Robert's rules. I haven't seen this board suspend the rules since I've been here. I don't know if you guys have prior to, but it's not a very common practice to actually suspend the rules that you have once in place. So just in regards to that concern, it's not something that usually does happen in boards, but I know even when I was doing my research on this policy, the 2/3 vote comes from like the Roberts rules and what they recommend said, which would be 4.66 people. So you need 5 people on the board to suspend the rules, which means that we're not going to follow the rules that we have. So it wouldn't be the same for a vote. So you could still pass a vote with the 3 to 4, or as long as you have a majority, you can pass any vote. But to get rid of the rules that we have and not follow them for that section of a meeting, you would need 5.
So it would be helpful to have some of that language in here that kind of speaks to that, because if more than likely it won't happen, then we shouldn't have it in here as stated the way that it is.
In my opinion, I don't think that it would happen. I think it just has to be in here with the way that we operate under Robert's rules. It has to have it with suspension one way or the other. But it would need 5 people to get rid of the rules that we have under the 2/3. If that kind of helps.
I just think the language could change a bit just to make it more simplified.
Yeah. Chair? I agree. I mean, a majority vote to suspend the rules, and typically it would be used for a suspension of the regular order of business. A guest comes in late that you want to hear from. So a motion to suspend the regular order of business, which would be suspending a rule, would require 5 votes versus 4 votes. You know, if a guest has come in, we could block them. Now, if a majority blocks them, that's one thing, but only 2 people being able to block someone from coming, from a guy, just as a hypothetical. I think that a majority carrying a suspension is ample.
Gary?
2 things. First of all, any supermajority rule is designed to protect the interests of the minority. It actually works in the opposite way. Let's say, for example, Art's example of a speaker out of order is one that would be just handled in the ordinary course, probably by acclamation. But let's say, to take the other example that we're talking about, that you were going to suspend the rule, if adopted, that the chair could make a motion. Now, that's a serious rule that we've talked a lot about. The theory of supermajority, 2/3, is that the rule was thought to be important enough so that it could not be suspended unless you had a very substantial majority of the board willing to do that. So the theory underlying it is to protect a smaller minority of the board from what you call in law oppression by the majority. Now, a couple of people have said this, but it's absolutely true. Secondly, Art described this, that you would not be allowed to avoid the conflict of interest rule by virtue of this rule, if adopted, number 4. A conflict of interest that would require you to recuse yourself from a vote, whether in our policies or under law, would not be suspended by virtue of this. The law always allows a rule designed to protect ethics to trump a rule like this. So Art is absolutely correct about that. It wouldn't change the obligation to recuse oneself if it should apply. That's all I got.
Okay. Would anybody like to make an amendment to it, move it forward, or it doesn't matter?
Point of information.
Yes.
If there's an amendment made, would it have to go back to first reading, or it can be approved still at second? I think it starts, no, because it's already done. Okay. I make an amendment to change the word back to majority instead of 2/3.
Could you repeat that?
Make an amendment to go back to the word majority instead of 2/3.
A second.
Okay, we have to vote on the amendment first, correct? Yep. There's been a motion, it's been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Any discussion? John?
I can probably live with that. The reason I believe, I wasn't there when they did this, but because they did not come out in the computation with a whole number, if they came out with a fraction for 2/3, that was probably the reason that they set it at a simple majority. Okay?
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote?
Wait, I'm
motion-
sorry.
On the amendment.
I'm sorry, Chairman Swanson.
Yes.
I thought we would come back, but I think this motion would also be included in that. I was just thinking about, we did speak about taking out any matter or any. So would that be a second motion? Would I make another motion for that one?
That would be a second motion,
Okay.
correct?
Thank you.
Yeah, they should be individual. All right, so we have a motion that's been seconded, discussion on the amendment to, you want to repeat what the amendment is?
The motion is to substitute the word majority for 2/3 in the proposed amendment, which would restore the language of BP 1622 as it is currently.
Okay.
Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
This is on the amendment, correct?
Just the
Correct.
amendment.
Yes.
Trustee Daly? Chair Swanson?
Yes.
The amendment passes on a vote of 6-0.
I would like to make a motion, Chair Swanson,
Yes.
to omit the word any from number 4, which reads, "The chairperson, while presiding, may fully participate in the meeting by making motions, debating, and voting on any matter."
For legal clarity, I assume then the language would read, if the amendment were adopted, debating and voting on matters, plural. You couldn't have matter, singular.
Well,
that-
when we went into discussion, I was going to ask, what would the proper language or word be that we could use in place of any matter?
It would be just the closest English substitute, if you eliminated the word any, would be just matters, plural. But
You see, I would go the opposite way, because we vote on matters one at a time. So I thought voting on a matter. That, I mean, we're saying the same thing, it's just that one is plural, and
that's fine. That does the job.
Yes.
Amended your suggestion, and you seconding that, Trustee Reyes?
So it's a friendly amendment. Are you adopting it? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
You guys are pressuring me into second?
No, you're making a friendly amendment. and-
Second.
Yeah.
All right. We have a motion to amend the policy, been seconded by Art. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
This is on the amendment to substitute and numbered paragraph 4 under Rules of Order, to substitute the word any with the word a or a. Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
No.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-1.
Okay, now we're back to as amended, okay. I would entertain them, well, no, that's already been motioned, hadn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it goes back to discussion.
Yeah.
The amended motion as amended.
Yep. Yeah. We have a motion to vote on to change Board Policy 1620 as amended. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Art?
Yeah. The small board rules include, but are not necessarily limited to, the following. What other ones are out there? I remember, when we looked it up, these jumped out. But I don't know what else is out there, and what I don't want to do is lock us into something that I'm not fully aware of, and it was just, I've been reading it and rereading it, and that just jumped out at me, the not limited, not necessarily limited to, because I don't have an issue with the 6 in particular, since we've made the amendment to number 4. But what else is out there that we would get locked in? Because we have, again, been operating under that amalgate, small board, large board, and it's worked, And we've had issues where, whether or not, again, the motion can be made from the chair, we've had that issue, but we have overwhelmingly been able to operate as a board the way that we are now. So I'm just worried about there being something out there that I'm not aware of on the small board rules.
Well, Art, would you want to amend it to say a certain way?
I know there's sound reason to include the but are not necessarily limited to, but striking that from but to to between the commas would be, you just happen to come into my field of vision. And I know Kerry has something to say on this, so I want to withhold making the amendment till I can hear what he has to say.
I am reliably informed that, with one exception, and I won't ask you to accept that, I'll describe it in detail in a minute. The small board rules are essentially what we have here, but one of them may not be intended by this group from the 2011 small board rules. And that is that after it indicates that raising a hand is sufficient, in other words, that standing isn't required, it's stated that motions do not require a second to be considered by the group. That's part of the ethos of this. Has that changed now?
I believe that that is one of the small board rules that was in our current policy under 1660, that is a requirement of this board, that there be motions and seconded. So,
And I was going to say, it's such a part of the way you do business, I'd be surprised to see if you wanted to change that. But the others, unrestricted debate, no limit on how many times a member can speak to a debatable question, that's a small board rule. Informal discussion is allowed even when no motion is currently pending. We try not to do that, but we do that here. No formal motion required. If a proposal is perfectly clear to all members, a vote could be taken without a formal motion. Well, again, I think we want formal motions here, and that's part of our practice here, and seated voting. So what I see is that with the exception of no formal motion and no second, we have, if not comprehensively, Art, very, very closely described the major changes. And so my sense of the room is that we want seconds and that we want formal motions, and that we are down to the question of where the debate started today.
Yeah. Oh. I just want, Carrie, I have to admit, I am puzzled by something that you said, and that's with the discussion related to the 2/3 vote. And when we talked about the suspension of the rules, and I agree with what you said, that the provision for that is really to protect the minority. So by going from a simple majority to a 2/3 majority, we just made it harder, more demanding on the minority to suspend the rules.
I was trying to say that, but it's okay. I mean, if people feel that the rules should be changed by a majority vote, which was my sense of the discussion, then that's what they think. I don't get a vote. I can say what I think. I can explain to you what I think the purpose is behind the rule, and I don't think we're, as Art said a little while ago and Santino said before that, I don't think our much rises or falls on this discussion.
Okay. Art, did you have any more discussion or any more questions?
Yeah, I just don't like that, but are not necessarily limited to. That just, I can't support it with, but are not necessarily limited to there. So I would move that we strike the language between the commas. But are
Where
not
is it, Art?
It's the first line after Robert's Rules of Order.
Yes.
I second that.
Okay. Have a motion to amend as follows. Could you read what the amendment would be?
yes, if I understood you correctly, Trustee Reyes, you're moving to amend the proposed amendment to 1620 by modifying the first sentence in red under Rules of Order, the first by itself, the quote, "small board rules include,"
The following.
but are not necessarily limited to the following, so you're moving to delete but are not necessarily limited to from that sentence.
Yes, and the commas as well.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, and that motion has been seconded. Any discussion on that motion?
May I ask the
Carrie.
parliamentarian, Diane, would the formal original mover, Santino, of the motion to adopt need to accept the changes as friendly amendment, or is that done? We're done?
Amendments are standalone.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Any more discussion on the Arts amendment? Okay, roll call vote, please, on that.
On the amendment to delete the words "but" and the commas, but are not necessarily limited to, Trustee Dotson?
I apologize. I have a discussion point.
Oh,
It took me a
Go ahead.
minute to find what I was looking for. So, where it says, Art mentioned limited to take out that line. Can you read how he stated it for me?
Right now, it would say that the small board rules include the following. He's proposing to delete the parenthetical, I don't think that's right, phrase, but are not necessarily limited to, which of course would also change the punctuation. So it would read, the small board rules include the following, colon. Is that correct, Trustee Reyes? Yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering if maybe if we added, and I know up top it talks about Robert Rules of Order, but if we said the small board rules include, the small board rules, well, I'm trying to add in Robert Rules of Order. The small board rules include, as according to Robert Rules of Order, the following.
okay, now I'm confused on,
Well,
All right.
respectfully, in the paragraph above, it identifies small board rules permitted by Robert's R, which is Robert's Rules newly revised.
Legally,
So do you think it's necessary to repeat it? If so, that would be an amendment to the amendment, which would be fine.
that's kind of a term of art when you have, if you quote what you just identified above in quotes, you're necessarily talking about the Robert's Rules of Order, their small board rules.
Okay, I can live with that.
okay? Any more discussion? Roll call vote.
Roll call vote on that amendment. Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That amendment passes 6-0.
Okay. All right, we're back to the original motion as amended. Any discussion, any further discussion on the original motion as amended? Seeing none, we need to have a roll call vote on.
This,
Did you have something, John? No. Okay. Roll call vote.
the motion before the board is to approve of the proposed amendment to Board Policy 1620 Parliamentary Procedure as amended by the three amendments that were approved. Trustee Daly?
No.
Trustee Dotson?
No.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
No.
Trustee Walcott?
No.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
The amendment, the proposed amendment is defeated on a roll call vote of 4-2.
Okay. All right, moving on to 2.13, I believe.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
make a motion that we approve 2.13.
Second.
Have a motion to approve 2.13. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call
Yeah,
vote?
discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Art, go ahead.
I just want a point of clarification. We did cross off any member for the roll call vote shall record the names of those voting aye, nay, or abstaining upon request. It's not a prohibition of, if I want to sit here and write down the names, it's just the official recording is done by the designee of the chair or the designee. So that's what that's about. But it is not a prohibition of somebody writing in their notes what they will.
Any other discussion? John?
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused here. Okay, red means it's new, right? Okay, what does a red strikeout over red writing mean?
Go ahead.
So the strikeout shows you what the original is currently, what the policy currently is, and so the strikeout means those words are being proposed to be deleted from the current policy.
Art?
You're right, through the chair. John's right. The sentence, any member for the roll call vote shall, actually should be, because it is original language, it should be black typeset with a red, with the cross through showing that's being deleted. You are correct with that, but it doesn't change the meaning.
John, do you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote on 2.14, correct?
2.13.
2.13, excuse me.
The motion is to approve the proposed amendment to Board Policy 1660, voting method. Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That motion is passed on a roll call vote of 6-0.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
make a motion that we approve 2.14.
Have a motion to approve item 2.14,
Second.
and it's seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just want to have for the record, I believe in the last meeting, it came up that the audit committee was going to be removed, and after further review, to my understanding, it's just, the audit committee will just be assigned with the finance committee, correct? So that's not getting
Correct.
removed, it's just being one. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Huh? Yeah, he made a motion, and Art seconded it. Yes.
Okay, you got 1421 is standing committee and audit, standing committee, finance and audit committee, slash audit committee. Okay, what does the slash out down below mean? right there, where you've got a 1421 Standing Committee, Finance/Audit Committee with a big red slash through it. What does that mean?
Well, that was a separate, that was a standalone committee, and that's in with the Finance Committee now. Correct? That's what we had
So-
intended.
No.
What Trustee Daley is asking is, what does it mean by the red slashes? That indicates the entire current policy is being deleted. So there would no longer be 1421 Standing Committee, Finance/Audit Committee, or 1422 Standing Committee, Personnel Committee. Those full policies, the entire policy would be deleted in favor of 3 policies, of which Board Policy 1400, the proposed one, would include the Standing Committee. So that's what is said here. You asked why it was slashed out, is because it refers to the entire
No, I
current policy.
No, I understand what you're saying, and that's why I'm saying, oh, no.
Okay, John, did you want to comment on that, John?
The Finance Committee / Audit Committee is one of the most important committees that the board has. Okay? The responsibility for the audit lies solely with the board. The board should be the body that's retaining an auditor. The administration provides information, but the transactions that are being audited are those of the administration.
Correct.
Okay. So that when the audit's done, the board can only accept the audit. It doesn't approve it.
Right.
And then afterwards, the auditors then, by law, have to forward it to Treasury. Once they've completed it, they actually have to forward it to Treasury anyway.
Okay.
So my concern is that that message seems to be getting lost, and I'm looking at, okay, what is the description? Okay, of where they are, because it seems like when I'm reading this, and I'm just an old guy, okay, and my vision isn't that great, but when I read this, it looks like all of a sudden the Finance Audit Committee disappears.
May I?
Kerry?
If you eliminate the strikeouts 1411 through 1424 on 528, and you retain, as I understand it, Diane, board policy 1400 board committees, with the phrase at the bottom of the page, the following committees shall be deemed standing committees. And there are 3 of them listed at the top of page 529, Board Policy Committee, Personnel Committee, and Finance Committee. My understanding would be, and this was, as I understand it, the intent is to retain those 3 committees, as Santino said, with the audit functions within the Finance Committee. That's what was discussed at policy. Am I correct?
Yeah, that is correct, but it does make it confusing when these are striked out like that. It makes it look like we're getting rid of them, and we're not.
We're not.
Well,
No.
then the other question I have is under the current policies, the current related board, 1420 is just standing committees. What exactly is that? Because we've broken out all the standing committees, so what is 1420?
Well,
Well,
I believe what we're doing here is we're tidying up the board policies.
The standing committees are the Board Policy, Personnel, and Finance / Audit.
Yeah. So it's just tidying up the policies, and it's going to fall, the board committees are going to fall under one policy now. Yeah, go ahead.
May I make a suggestion? I think the issue of the audit is a very important one, and I think that can be solved by adding to the name of the standing committee in this proposed policy, finance/audit, which would make it the same name as previously. I think that's what's causing some of the confusion,
Yeah.
but was not intended for the audit to drop out of the finance committee.
I have the language of the standing committees policy, which as I understand it would be retained here if you'd like.
Santino?
Yeah, I think I can make that
No,
motion.
it's struck out.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
I make a motion that we amend on page 529, we put /audit committee.
Good.
Second.
Okay, got a motion to amend Board Policy 1400 to say Finance Committee/audit. And it's been seconded. Any discussion?
It's finance/audit committee.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Thank you, Art.
My bad. Any other discussion? Okay, so we'll vote on the amendment. Roll call, please.
The amendment is to add verbiage to proposed board policy 1400 by describing the finance committee as finance/audit committee. Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That amendment passes 6-0.
Okay, we're back to the original motion that has been seconded. Motion to approve 1400 as amended. Any discussion on that?
Well, there were no other changes that were submitted other than this realignment that was done up front. Is that correct? That's the way I read those.
Correct. Yeah. And there are 1401 and 1402 are right along with 1400. It's a package. Okay? Any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
To approve item 2.14, amendment of committee-related board policies. Roll call vote. Trustee Dotson?
I apologize. Can we go back for a moment?
Sure.
Chairman Swanson. I don't disagree with the changes, the amendments to 2.14. But I would like to know what are we going to do different as it relates to the policy, the way in which we meet as it relates to committees? Because like I'm on the personnel committee, but we've never had a meeting or have functioned in that way. And I know Trustee Daly was a part of a committee and some things happened there. I don't know what took place, but I just want to make sure that the committees that we do have as we move forward, that we have those meetings, that they're consistent, that we have the correct amount of board members there, 3, all the things that we're voting on today, that we're going to actually do things in the way we're voting on and how it reads in this particular policy.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay.
Roll call vote to approve the proposed.
Mr. Chair, real quick, I just want to say for transparency purposes, when it comes to the personnel, I have spoke with Shonda before, and I said if there's anything that comes up, or if you think that I need a meeting, let me know, and then I will have one. So As it stands, it's the same exact stuff that we go over in topical and in our board meetings. So now that we're doing it this way, we could sit, you know, all three of us down together and figure something out and go from there.
Yeah.
One of the things.
Thank you, Wendy. Sorry, Trustee Daly. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. I was thinking more about when we were going through the hiring of the president. I think a personnel committee would have been helpful at that point and being involved in the process. But I hear what you're saying. Thank you.
John?
One of the things that we need to look at policy-wise, and again, is the role of the chairperson. And my personal belief is whoever it is, that the chairperson should not be a member of these committees. Be an ex officio member, come and be in the meeting and participate but not vote, and certainly should not chair the committee. That puts too much power into one person's hands.
Chairperson.
Yes.
I don't believe, in this particular reading, I don't think I saw that language where the chairperson shall be the chair over committees. I don't think I saw that language in here. So,
That's not in there.
an appointment to the chair. So you're saying appointments for the chairperson to be over? So is that something that needs to be in the policy? Is it something that needs to be stated, or?
Well, I'm sorry?
Not in this iteration. That's something we need to look at.
That's something further down the road, correct?
Closer than further.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote on the proposed item 2.14, amendment of committee-related board policies. Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That passes on a roll call vote of 6-0.
Okay, we're on to new business. I believe we are. These are first readings, I believe. So, Jordan, would you read both of them, please?
All right, so item 2.16, amendment to board policy 1130 mission statement. If you'll notice on the bottom of the page where it's red strike through, it's taking out the mission statement was officially revised and approved by the board on December 17, 2012 as part of the approval of the 2013-2018 strategic plan. The 2016 policy revision was approved to reflect the previous action. So it's removing basically the footnote on that policy. Everything else remains the same.
Any questions on? No? Jordan?
All right, and then if we go to item 2.17, that's an amendment to Board Policy 1150 College Strategic Plan. right under 1150 general, the word "the" is stricken, and then it's replaced with "a strategic plan." And then due to North Central Association of Colleges and Schools, that has been stricken. And then where it states "C strategic plan for 2026, 2027, that is being replaced with it stating "C current strategic plan," which will be a link to the most recent strategic plan moving forward, so on and so on, and it'll link to the college's strategic plan as approved by the board.
Okay. Thank you. We're at 2.18, Art.
Okay, since we're a small board now, I want to have some some contextual conversation prior to making a motion, okay? Or I can just make the motion and then we have the discussion. But the motion, I want to lead into why I'm making the motion that I'm going to be making. A couple of months ago, I believe it was in March, we had a meeting, the board policy meeting, at in the presidential or the administrative suite over it's Curtis Mott, and came in. We had just a little bit previous to that had received key cards that we were told gave us access to the event center, which we found out today didn't work. But that was the reason that we were told. When I came into the building for the committee meeting, without thinking, I saw the card reader, so I did my, I rang it, the light turned green, so I grabbed the door, nothing. So I did it again, thinking I was pulling it too fast or whatever. And so I'm looking through the window, and there's nobody at the desk that's straight in front of the window. And then I kind of rattled the door, and Trustee Wolcott looked over, saw me standing there, came and let me in. I asked the question during the committee meeting, or right after the committee meeting, to the chair, and then reiterated the question through the communications portal. So twice I brought up. Originally, I had asked why are we locked out of that area, and then I asked again because we hadn't received an answer. I asked again why members of the Board of Trustees who are told where the committee meeting is, have official business in that area, are not granted access to that area. So today, I received, as did the rest of the board, an email response that was forwarded from Chief Zeckman. And I know you're here. I don't like talking about people like they're not here. So, okay. But had we not had the meeting tonight, I would have pursued this through the back and forth that we're having via email or through the portal. But I was wholly unsatisfied and slightly offended by the response that I received. This went out. It doesn't say to whom. It just says the message is forwarded from Chief Zeckman, actually on May 15th. So I just didn't get it until today. It says, "Greetings. The safety and security of our campus community, staff, and faculty remains the top priority of the Department of Public Safety. To maintain the integrity of our secure environment, I am writing to formally advise against the issuance of keys or electronic card access to non-employees. Our current security framework is built upon a foundation of vetted trust. All Mott Community College employees are required to undergo a comprehensive background check prior to their first day of work. Electronic access is only granted once this clearance is obtained, ensuring that those with entry to our facilities have been properly screened. This protocol is especially critical for the administrative wing, as this area houses the President's office, General Counsel, and the Vice President's office. It is designated as a restricted access zone. Currently, card access is strictly limited to authorized Mott employees with specific clearance. Issuing access to non-employees who have not undergone the college's formal background check process introduces an unnecessary vulnerability to our campus. Aside from legitimate contractors required to complete specific documented work, DPS does not recommend granting facility access to outside individuals. Maintaining these boundaries is essential to protecting the sensitive operations and personnel within the administrative wing. For further information on our facility security protocols, please refer to our campus facilities and public safety guidances. Now, I have some questions. That's the response that we received. And again, wholly unacceptable to me, because previously we received cards to this building, and I did not undergo any background check previous to that action, but now a background check is being cited as a reason that I'm not granted access, again, to an area of the building in the campus in which I have official business. I'm not talking about that the president's office remain open, that the vice president or the council offices are just left wide open. If I want access to the president's office, I make an appointment with the president. But if I have a meeting in that area, I should be able to get into that area without question. So I have some questions. And there are several. When was the work done? When was the lock added? Because it's my understanding that prior to the lock being added, there was a security, a member of the DPS that sat in that area and then was replaced by the card. At whose directive was this work done? How much was the cost of the work? And was that part of any other projects, or was that a standalone project? To what are the members of the Board of Trustees a risk? Property or personnel? Because the implication is that since we have not undergone Mott's background check, Santino is a federal officer. Dr. Daly is a veteran of the United States military. Dr. Dotson is a veteran of the United States military. I also wore the uniform. We have been vetted and shown to be acceptable. So I took umbrage to that. But I want to know, is it that people are worried that we're going to steal something from one of the offices? Or does a member of the administration feel somehow threatened by a member of the Board of Trustees? At what point did the elected members of the Board of Trustees become outside individuals? We are the governing board of this college. We are not, by virtue of the actions taken by the electorate of this district, we are not outside. We are fully attached to this college. We are the governing board and employers at this. The president's office, as I stated, as well as the others, are not a common area, and it is not expected that those offices would be unlocked or that permission would somehow not be needed to enter. Does the president feel as though she's in danger? Why? Does that only apply on campus, or is there a security detail that accompanies her when she's off campus, at events off campus? Because it seems to me that, and again, I really take umbrage with the casting of doubt upon this board of trustees. And a simple answer would have been a lot easier. Access, which I feel is necessary to that area, would be even easier. And that's the reason that I wanted to provide context, because I move that this board be granted access to that administrative wing by virtue of key card, just like we are here at the event center.
Second.
Mr. Chair, we have more discussion.
Yeah.
Who second? John? Okay. We had a motion made to, that the board members get key cards to the, what is it, administrative area. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Wendy?
I also read the email today, and I was not happy whatsoever about this. First off, when I think of this person must be vetted, trusted, I automatically thought, is it me? You know, I truly did. What did I do? And then I'm thinking back, I'm like, I've never done anything. Like, why can I not have access to this place? The second thing, if it's that easy just to do a background check, I mean, I just had 3 done this week already, and fingerprints. It's crazy. So that was not offered to any of us. I think that if it's something that simple, then we should be able to do that. Also, I take offense to where it says, basically calling us outside individuals. We're not. We are the Board of Trustees here. And I don't even believe that I received a key card. I don't think that I even got one. I got a key to the back, but I don't think I've ever, did I? Okay, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I just was not happy with this whatsoever, and it just makes me think maybe just because somebody doesn't trust one person, it shouldn't fall down on the rest of us. I don't know.
Gary?
I have a pretty good sense of how the board feels about this, and I don't have a vote on this. I can't offer you the perspective of what other colleges and universities do in this area. It is a little unusual, but not that unusual for a board to meet in an area proximate to the president's office. That happens. It's usually in another building, but I have seen meetings proximate to a president's office before, so the problem could come up. But I haven't seen board members with key card access to the executive suite. The policy committee meetings are there. I attend them as well. I haven't had any trouble getting into the area, but I accept that maybe someone could be delayed. The notion that the security apparatus of the college would keep key card access to the presidential suite strictly to those for whom it is really necessary is not an insulting or unusual thing at all. I would say that is the standard at virtually every college and university in the state of Michigan. So however it was phrased, the idea of not providing key card access to what ends up being the presidential suite is not an unusual action at all.
My full contention is that for however long that building has been in operation, there has been no impediment. There have been doors there. I've been on this board now for 10 years, and it was that meeting just a few months ago because I raised it immediately in the meeting. So for 9.5 years of my term, if I found myself over there and wanted to stop in and say hello to the president if she was in, or if, sometimes I wouldn't go in there, but there was nothing stopping me from going in there. If I wanted to talk to the president or enter the president's office, then I understand that there should be, and absolutely should be, appointments or checks or however that is done. But my contention is that it shouldn't be there. But since it's there, members of the Board of Trustees should not be outside of that without access. And I'm not talking about having to knock on the door so that Wendy, and I don't know where the individual was. She could have stepped away because she needed water or whatever, and I'm fine with that. But it should not be incumbent upon somebody else having to see that I'm outside waiting for official board business to get in there. So that's the reason for my motion. That's the reason I stand by that motion.
Carrie, I respectfully disagree with what you said, also because, you know, where it says vetted trust, that right there, that's what bothered me and just irked me.
Yeah, I read it. I hope and believe that it was not an implication that board members are not vetted or trustworthy. I see it as more, as I said before, and again, I have a sense of what board members feel about this, okay? I really do. I've been hearing from all of you, almost all of you individually, about this, but I'm simply telling you that board members across the state of Michigan generally do not have access with key card to what ends up being the presidential suite, and that I fully recognize the standard, the security standard of limiting access to the presidential suite with all of the things that happen, by the way, to executives, board members, and other important people around various institutions in the state. It shouldn't surprise us too much. It's just that we happen to have the policy committee meetings there. I understand that.
You said I'm sorry, through the chair, you said other colleges do not operate this way. It's because they don't have to. They have access. They can walk right in. So and then my second thing is, okay, why can't we do a background check so we have this access? I stop in. Everyone knows I do. I bring my special needs aunt with me. She wants to come in and visit people. Jordan's one of them. And we stop in and just visit. Shonda, I mean, we have you randomly, and we can't do that now. I don't like this. And I guess I wasn't so upset until I read the email.
Right. I would say there's typically a gatekeeper to a presidential office. Seldom do you have a meeting room that board members are given access to that immediately adjoins the president's office, which is the case here. So I'm simply telling you what the practice is and why the security rules should be applied in the way they are. That doesn't surprise me. I'm simply telling you that.
Chair, well, I have one more thing. So this whole time we haven't had that problem and we were able to get access. What has changed to make it to where there's no trust in us or to make us an outside individual?
Santino?
Yeah, I don't think the email sat well with, it sounds like any of us, and I don't know what the intention was of the email, but it just didn't sound right. And I understand, when I read it too, and it said, access to non-employees, it's like, yeah, I get we're not paid employees, that we're volunteers, and everybody on this board except for me was elected by the county district, which means that they do put, the people of this district put their trust in the individuals up here, and they should be trusted by the college staff, faculty, and the president as well, if the people chose to put them here. It didn't sit well, and I understand getting authorization for it, and I like to see everything Mott has to offer in every campus. When I was in the Flint City Council, I made it regularly to go see government operations all the time, everywhere. So I'm a big fan of being able to see what's going on and not being limited to access anywhere.
Kenyatta?
Yes, I totally agree. Yes, I understand limiting the public from areas. I understand that, but limiting the board, no, I don't understand that part either. And Carrie, you mentioned something. You said, however that was phrased. Well, words matter. They matter a lot. And it's not okay to treat people with the lack of respect, with the lack of dignity, and to just be rude, and that's not okay. So yes, we're talking about two things here. We're talking about, one, the tone of the email, which is not acceptable, and none of us should accept that. And I think as elected officials, we also advocate and we stand up for others where we say people need to be respected. And that was a form of disrespect in a sense. I'll also say that offensive language, behaviors, and attitudes across the college. We want a college that understands that we want a culture where people feel welcome, valued, and all of those types of things. And if, as a board, if we're receiving communication in a way that belittles or diminishes who we are, then we don't want that type of tone being set across the campus either, because we've heard other things related to just how the treatment of certain staff or students or whatever, and we just don't want that to happen across the board.
Dr. Dotson, I would much prefer to have addressed Art's question without that email offending the great majority, if not the entirety, of the board, because I think the question could have been more neutrally discussed as a legitimate security question, but we are in that context now.
Mr. Chair.
Wendy.
Last one, I promise. Back when we passed Board Policy 5008, it was said that we can go into any building, we can speak with any staff member, faculty member. Why is it okay for us to walk into those buildings, but we can't walk into this one? What is the difference?
Art?
Yeah, and it's been referenced a few times, this security situation.
Point of information. Can it be noted to have that policy sent to me, just to the board?
Sure.
The one that she mentioned, Jordan, if you could. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I just want to forget it.
But it's exactly what I said, though.
It's policy. What was the number?
5008.
5008.
We are allowed to speak with anybody that we want, go into any building that we want at any time. So what's the difference? Why can't we walk into this one? Or what makes the, I'd like to know that.
Art?
Yeah, a few times security has been referenced. I am not aware as a board member, and I do not know if my fellow trustees are aware of any security situation that was the impetus for this move. If, in fact, a security situation did occur, then it's incumbent upon the administration to inform the board, as we do when any other issue happens out on the campus, and sometimes off the campus. If there's a hit and run that's within our patrolling area, we get a text that, or if there's a shooting, or if there, point being, a security incident needs to be reported to the board. We have not received any information on a security issue. So to me, that renders the security argument null. But again, and I have a list of questions, Jeff, that I'm gonna send to you because I do want these answered. I'm not just reading them, and I will email them to you, and I'll put them on that portal as well. But I think that they need to be answered. They definitely need to be answered, and we have a motion on the floor.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Anybody? I would like to say a few words myself. I understand the need for security. Art, you and I have talked about this in the past. I haven't had problems getting in there, but that's really not the point. When you and I spoke before, I thought trustees should have access to that. I do not believe we're a security risk, but I think it was, instead of the president doing something that you and I ask her to do, if we ask her, it should be a board function. And Art, I'll go on record as I will support the motion that you made, because I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have access. So, that being said, is there any other discussion? Yeah, Larry?
Suspend the rules to allow him to talk. No, I'm just kidding.
4.66. Okay, so I heard some questions and the security being bantered about and that, so I need the board to understand that this security thing has been happening for quite some time, and the assessment of security. So it's about beyond the active shooters, getting the suites, and going to key cards for all of the buildings, because we're trying to get away from the manual keys, right? So we have the GM2M keys, and if anybody loses that one key, it's $90,000 to recore all the doors. So we're trying to get away from that. It's been slow, but we had an assessment done by Atriod, and this was a security company that we actually RFP'd for. It was, I think it was probably the summer before Dr. Beverly left, or 2 summers, so it was a while ago. And in that assessment, it was about access, rights, and making sure that we have those aligned. Now, what they proposed was going to cost millions and millions of dollars. We couldn't do it all at once, so we were trying to gradually implement that. So I just want to put it on record right now, that card access locking system, although not functioning, was put in place prior to Shonda being here. I want to say it was like 2 years prior to. It just never got enabled. But that was the goal, and that's what we're trying to do with all of the suite areas. Just for example, in the accounting suite, there's a door, we got a lock, it's locked all the time. So if one of you come to the door, you're gonna have to knock, there's a lock there and Diane will get up, let you in. But we're trying to go to suite access to all those. And the important thing that, and there are many things in that report that we took away, but it was about access and limiting that access. And so I can't speak to the email, I can't speak to any of that, but I do want you to know that this has been something that has been going on for quite some time. So I just want to get that on record.
John?
2 points. You've got 2 scenarios that we're looking at here. One is in which you have a meeting with a group of people, and the other is where you have a single board member that comes in. Those are 2 very different scenarios. If I were the president and I was going to have a meeting of my board, I would make sure that it was held in a place where the board did not have to go through a goat rope to get in. That's embarrassing to the board. Effectively, it tells the board that the administration has decided we don't have a need to know, and we don't want to go down that path. Okay, so if the problem is the proximity of the president's conference room to the secure area, then find a place where you're going to hold the meetings, because the scenario is changing. Okay, if you don't, you're just going to be fighting this battle on a repetitive basis, and you're going to wind up with a bunch of people sitting around this table that are going to be really ticked.
Well,
So you need to solve the problem. The second one is where you have individuals, board members, that, as Art pointed out, that's usually done by appointment. And that should take care of it. But, I mean, you're dealing with something that when I was in the Marine Corps, this was part of my bag. And I've seen people, what happens to senior officers when they're denied access to something that they feel they need to know. It is a professional slap in the face. And whether it's warranted or not. The other thing is, and Art, I thought you had an excellent point in bringing out about what merits this. We're going down a path where we're going to invest apparently significant amount of money now and in the future to enhance the level of security. What's the threat that's driving this? Okay, I mean, there's a limit to all sides.
Art, could you hang on just a second? The reason, I don't know the reason we have the board, the meetings over there. It's the way it's been since I've been on the board with Dr. Beverly. We have a trustee hall here that we all have key cards here, although they don't work. Yeah, but, and that can be addressed. You know, Larry, I did not know that this had been in motion for several years now. Why don't you come on up here and sit down?
So, Dr. Daly, I guess the simplest way I can answer, and maybe I wasn't very clear when we were going through the security assessment, is about active assailants. You know, Michigan State University, that shooting that occurred, that really, I don't want to use the word triggered, but it set off a lot of concerns that it was getting closer and closer, right? So that's where the security part is what I'm speaking from. Is for the securitization of the suites, of accesses, of cards, because of the potential for the active shooter. And that's what the Atriat security was dealing with for us.
So if you're changing the security environment, which you are, and you have a group of people that are doing meetings, move the meetings to an area that has access. So what if the administration has to travel a little further to get to it? Okay, solve the problem. You really want to solve this problem, believe me.
Mr. Chair. Larry, I understand what you're saying, and I understand that we're changing measures and things like that when it comes to security, but what does that have to do with the Board of Trustees? Why cannot the Board of Trustees have access to get into these places?
So I guess the best way to answer that is, again, going back to what Atriat in the report was, just limiting access to those who absolutely need it. And having access, again, to all the other suites that we have on campus. I mean, if you wanted to come and visit me and they got a card, I understand you're doing, some of you come here more regularly, and I get that, but there are others who don't come. There's not regular, we don't have the committee meetings there anymore, right? We used to have monthly committee meetings in that room, and we haven't had those. So, and I understand the policy meeting, they meet, the committee meets there on occasion, or I guess more regularly, I'll say. But, so that would be the answer of why accesses are limited, because that's the best security measures. That's what we were told.
This is crazy to me. I can understand it if we weren't the Board of Trustees, but this is just absurd to me that we're getting denied this.
Art?
Yeah. My point of contention is not the key card. It's not that there's security measures in place, but that facility is no safer with us not having access for official business than it is with us not having access. So, all things being equal, that door is going to stop what that door is going to stop, regardless of whether Wendy Walcott can walk up and hit her card because she has a meeting inside the doors and walk through, or has to call or wait for somebody to notice that she's there to allow her to get into her meeting. So the security measures, that's great. Lock them down the way that it's done. But we are no one in that suite is any safer, nor is any property any safer, because the 7 individuals who were elected by the voters in this district are denied access.
Wendy?
So I have a question. We recently just talked about the offices in the trustee hall. And then, us having access to them, we could share them, we could take all of our items to them, we could go and have meetings back there, we could do work, we could, whatever. What is the point of not having a key card if we can't even get in? That's another thing. What if we want to come in randomly, during the work week? And that is a reason. It's not just meetings, and then you and I talked about that, Shonda, as well. And Shonda even asked me, she had said that she put in, filing cabinets or something for us, because I said it's a pain in the butt to take all this home. I have stacks and stacks everywhere, nowhere to put it. So she had said, well, there's your trustee offices in the back. I told her today, or was it yesterday, that I'm gonna start doing that next week. I'm gonna make this a priority, and I'm gonna go back there and organize it and put all my stuff, which means I will be back there more. Jeff, I talked to you about it today. We even said, when it comes to board policy or whatever it may be, we can work back there as well. So this is more that we are gonna be here than anything. So not having a key card is not the answer.
Kenyatta?
Thank you. Larry, you mentioned that this has been ongoing for 2 years or so more than what we anticipated. And I know one of Art's questions is, Trustee Reyes' questions is, when was this decision made? What was the cost of it? Things of that nature. So although it has been in the process for 2 years, that still doesn't take away from the fact that there should have been some level of communication that came before the board just to let us know that this was happening, this was taking place. Because for a board member to, one, have limited access and not know that they have limited access, show up for something where they have board business to take care of and cannot get into a building, they're locked out. I mean, that it doesn't make sense. And many other colleges, when we go to conferences and things like that, many other colleges, their board members have access to the buildings. And so I just, as Art stated, and I can't wait to the questions that he proposed are answered, because I would like to know those answers as well. Communication is very, very, very important, and we should have known about this before our Trustee Reyes was locked out.
So if I may, I'll speak broadly on the communication, and I know the board, it's been more than 2 years, Kenyatta, it's been probably 5. So
And Larry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh.
It's not the point of 2, 5, if
Right.
it's been in the making for 10 years, but the point is, it was never communicated to this board to even say that that it was taking place.
Right, so to this board as it sits right now, I think, well, Art was on the board, I think Dr. Daly was on the board, so a part of the board, we did communicate the ATRIAD work and what we were doing with the active shooter assailant training. So, and that, again, broadly is what I'm talking about, the security work that's being done on campus. Cameras, we were deficient in several areas, and Chief and Kirk and I and Rod have been working on trying to upgrade these facilities. The key accesses is one, cameras are another. We actually, I think Kurt's they put in a considerable amount, in some of these buildings we don't have cameras. So all I'm trying to say is this communication about that access and that wing being turned on, you know, you're right, that was not communicated, I don't believe. But the whole process, holistically, is all I'm trying to say, has been going on for the security of the campus with the active shooter training, assailant training, or those concerns that the campus has.
And I hear what you're saying, Larry, but when you're listening to active shooter and things like that, we're like, yeah, just like Trustee Daly said, yeah, we do want the college to be as safe as possible. We know that times are changing and things are happening, but we never imagined that specifically applied to the board and our access being limited.
Understood.
So I think specifically that should have been communicated to the board.
Understood.
Santino? Larry, you might want to stick around, just in case.
Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you explained some of that, but I don't think that was the issue with it. I think it was accessibility, which is a thing that we preach here, that this is an accessible college, and then for the board to have received the email the way that we did, that's what negatively, I think, impacted all of us, right? It's not that we have locks on doors, it's that we couldn't get through those doors, right? So I think that's what it is. So I appreciate your opportunity to explain, though. What I would like to do, if there's no objection, is to make an amendment to Art's motion to just include all of campus. So because as it's clear, we're going to start adding other locks and stuff. I don't want to have to come back and vote on that again. I feel like if we should be included with the access. So I don't know how to word it. I don't know what your original motion was. That's why I'm going to.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Access to all campus. Okay, if there's no objection. Unless you want me to make the actual motion.
Let's just put what I have on the floor and see if you have to amend it. The motion was that the board be granted access to administrative wing via key card access. Is that what you said? And you want to amend it in what way?
Just say all the campus. Because it sounds like we're going to be expanding this.
Yeah, so could I ask a question? I do understand somewhat the administrative access because of where the room is located. I don't understand having 7 additional key cards out for all of campus. For the
Are they going to be under a different system?
No, but I'm just saying the potential loss.
I'm with Larry here. I don't understand. You've got a problem. Most of the board, if not all of the board, feels it needs to be addressed. Why couldn't you make sure that the key card access to this room back here be secured? You would solve the entire problem, and frankly, what Larry is talking about and what my clients, a lot of colleges and universities worry about a lot today, and that is, do not have more key cards with access to key executive suites out there than you absolutely need. That's simply good security. It's not offensive. That it came in a context that upset people is one thing, but there's a simple solution available to us to solve this problem.
Well, there's more than one simple solution to solve this problem, and I forwarded one in the form of a motion. So, I mean, I understand what you said the first time and the second time and now the third time that happens across the state. But I am addressing this, and in my communication to the chair, what I said was, because it's official business, then that, or have it in a place where we do have access and make her travel to it. I have no issue either way. I don't intend on going into that suite just because I want to stand there. I've been there. I have visited people in those offices. There may be some new artwork on the wall. There might be a couple more plants, but I'm fairly familiar with the layout of it. So the reason I go there is for official board business. And when I'm locked out, I go, okay, and I brought it up. I followed protocol. Protocol was followed again through the portal. And then I received what I deemed to be a condescending email. Now, that was the answer. It appears, like I said, it was forwarded from Chief Zeckman to somebody, and that email address was eliminated, and it was sent to us by the chair, who received it from, it appears, the president. So at any point, the administration had at least a couple looks at it. So you forward an email without reading it? No, I'm not sure that that's best practice. And if you did read it and didn't edit it, then you agreed with the content. So this is, you're right, a very simple matter. And there's a motion on the floor to address that.
Okay, I believe we have a motion to amend.
Yeah, without I mean, there was no objection. Can you go that route? Do you want to vote?
Motion to amend is by substituting. It's probably better just to do a motion and then have it seconded.
I make a motion to amend that the Board of Trustees has access to all of college and be considered when expanding security measures.
Second.
Second. Repeat the last part of that, please.
And be considered when expanding all security measures.
You okay with that, Art?
Jared?
Yeah,
If I may, Chair, I know I'm new here, but when you say access to the entire college, would that also mean public safety? I worked as corporate counsel for Ottawa County, and county commissioners did not have access to the entire building, regardless of their stature.
I'm okay with my motion the way it is, unless you guys want to change it. I think that we can be trusted with the general understanding of access.
Right. Yeah, and I understand Jack's point. I'm a journeyman electrician, and when I see authorized personnel only, and I know there's electrical stuff behind it, I know I'm authorized to go back there. If I do not have the training and the ability to go through there, then you stay out of it. You're not talking about every communications closet in the basement and in the attic, and I understand the intent.
Kirk?
I guess I would like that clarified then, because there are a lot of areas that
most people don't have access to. We have data closets. We can't have random people walking in and out of there. We've got secured HR areas that have sensitive information. We can't have people walking in and out of there. When you say all campus, that's implying that, and I guess I would just ask that that's clarified.
I guess when I
Wanna
think
put an
of
asterisk
all
next to it
access,
and say where
it's
we-
just the access to the buildings, not into what he's talking about,
Yeah.
the buildings itself.
A site has been selected for the conduct of the college's business, and we're trying to get to it. Now, that, to me, that does not seem to be an unreasonable request to allow the board to get to a meeting of the board where it needs to do the business of the college. And I realize you're a creative person, so are you. So is Carrie. So put your creative heads together, come up with a solution that's workable. This is
Well,
not, there are no absolutes. Nobody here wants access to the entire world. But it is unreasonable to schedule a meeting in a site where the members that are critical for the conduct of the meeting can't get to it. That's
Well,
absurd.
Well, John, granted, I believe that email struck a nerve with everybody.
Yeah.
All right, so, and it's opening up a can of worms here. Wouldn't it be just as easy to start having our meetings in Trustee Hall, all the policy committee, all the committees in Trustee Hall? We have a key to here, okay? And that will, well, Larry, I was not aware that that's been in motion for several years now. That would be, I think, we can fix this very simply without.
Can I say, can I
Go
amend?
right ahead.
Can I amend mine to say where official business is being conducted? What, to add that all access to where official business is being conducted. So
Okay.
that way we're not roaming through the data centers or the gun cages.
Wendy?
My question is, does the Open Meetings Act require those doors to be unlocked for everyone? When there's a public meeting, you can't lock those doors anyways.
I'm sorry? Well, I understand that.
If it's
Are we talking here when there's a public meeting?
Nope, we're still
Oh.
talking about,
Oh, over there for a board, like a board policy or a finance committee.
Actually,
That would be a good reason to have them here.
if you had a quorum of the board that was present, right now, those meetings take place because the board chooses to make them available to the public, but without a quorum present, that's not required under the Open Meetings Act. But to your point, yes, obviously, if you're going to continue to have the policy committee meetings open to the public, it would only make sense if the public could get into Trustee Hall, if that's where they were.
Well, Art?
There just seems to be a lot of dancing around the issue. The moving of the meetings to Trustee Hall could have happened 3 months ago when I first brought it up. And you had indicated at that point that you were going to take it up with the president.
That's correct.
And I assume you did so.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so then this is not a new issue. I mean, my stance on this has been clear from it. So there have been multiple meetings now that, while I had less difficulty getting in because I was actually accompanied by the president, we walked in together, her card worked, and we walked in together. Had I been 20 seconds later and she had gone through, I'm in the same position that I was before. I'm waiting, I'm dependent on somebody else to let me in to conduct official business. So we can move the meetings. Yes, we can, and that was one of the things that I actually had proposed. Wasn't done. Now, I've made a motion, it has been seconded, and discussion appears that, and I can count, appears that this has a good shot at passing. Now it's, well, we can move the meetings over here, and we can do everything except what the motion says. And now that begs the question, why, in my mind?
Well, Art, I will tell you, when we started talking about this, I was not aware of the security report. I was not aware of any of that. You're right, we do have a motion. And at first, we have a...
I apologize, but
I'm gonna just
what I wrote
take-
it down
take
was
mine back.
grammatically incorrect, so I know that's not what you said.
I'll
Could you
repeal mine without objection, just go with Art's motion, and then let's just go that way, and we can create something that's positive for the other part of all access.
So, I'm sorry, are you
I'm just
saying-
gonna- If there's no objection, I'm just gonna take my amendments back.
Oh.
And we're just gonna go with Art's motion, and then.
There's no objection.
Yeah, and
That's-
then
that
we'll
would be
just
fine.
figure out a better way to word that later on.
Kenyatta.
I call it a question.
Thank you. Chairman Swanson, and I mentioned it to Larry as well, but you mentioned that you weren't aware that that this has been in motion for several years. And I just want to come back to the point that is not the point that it's been in motion for several years. The board has to continuously be updated and communicated to about things that are taking place, particularly things that impact our ability to do our board duties. So that's not okay, and that's something that we continue to work on as a board, is communication, is transparency. And so I think it's really important. It is not okay. Yes, we understand that this has been in process for a number of years, but still today, the board was not aware and was not informed and was taken by surprise by the actions that took place in terms of not having access to a certain building.
Okay, and I do want to clarify one thing, Art. The president had suggested we move meetings to Trustee Hall, and that was my bad for not bringing that forward. I thought it was just a easy thing as far as getting a key card, because I was with you on that. I thought we should get a key card also. That was before I was aware of what Larry has told us. So that being said, Shonda did have that idea earlier on, back when I brought it up, when you brought it up to me and I brought it up to her. So that being said, yes, go ahead.
And then just one more point of clarification. No one's denied access, because there is, during business hours, anyone is able to enter that space. So it's not about denying access. It's just how many key cards are out. So it's an effort to balance. I'm balancing the feedback I'm provided. Excuse me? So balancing, no, but
John,
it's a.
please let her speak, and then.
It's a there's a camera, there's a press button, and someone's always manning that and has the ability to let anyone who needs to come in. So there's no, it's not it's not an effort to keep the board out. It's an effort to balance input from security teams, from IT teams, from our facilities team, and to still provide access to the board. Anytime you arrive at the office, you're more than welcome to enter into the building, the press of a button. And I am more than happy with a full board vote to issue key cards. What I am not able to do is, based on the instruction of one trustee or the instruction of two trustees, to violate the policy, which is to issue key cards to employees. If the board votes to have key cards, to the entire campus, you're more than welcome. I have to have that done on paper through a vote of the full board and not by instruction or intimidation or pressure from one or two trustees to do so. So, at the pleasure of the board, I will issue and do whatever it is that you prefer.
Art?
Mr. Chair, first of all, it's refreshing to know that the one employee that the board has would be willing to comply with the wishes of that board. So that's refreshing. Secondly, I'm not sure who the one or two individuals who were pressuring or bullying or whatever other negative term was used in there. I asked a question. That was the extent of it. I asked a question. I gave you my rationale. I have not once spoken, Madam President.
No, you have not.
With you regarding this issue. I spoke to you. So unless you conveyed to her that I'm some monstrous bully who's going to apply the pressure and get it done,
No.
then I don't understand the tone or tenor of the remarks that the President just made.
I'll tell you exactly what I told her, that you had brought it to me, I agreed with you, that, well, would you let me finish, please? Thank you. What I told her was, this is gonna come before the board. And instead of picking a hill to live or die on, and I believe those were my words, that she could just go ahead and issue us the key cards. That's exactly what I told her, correct? And she told me that if the board votes on it, she has no problem doing that, which is fine. So here we are. Yeah, and your choice of words of bullying or what, you weren't bullied.
I didn't say that.
No, or whatever. Intimidation. That's not what happened here, okay?
There's another piece, though, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me.
I apologize.
This is a hill that I didn't think anybody should live or die on. I didn't see anything wrong with this. Art and I talked about it, and you said you wanted it to come to a full board. Okay, that's where we're at. That's what we're doing. We have a amendment. No, that's withdrawn. Okay, so we have a vote. Any more discussion on this?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I do have one more question on it. If both the chair of the board and the president indicated that it should come before a full hearing of the Board of Trustees, and my understanding of the process is that the agenda is set by the president and the chair of the board.
Correct.
How is it that it took 3 months and me bringing it up under additions to the agenda that it gets addressed? Because if everybody wants it to happen, then you just put it on there and we talk about it as part of the agenda. Now it's become a bigger deal, I think needlessly.
Well, I believe that was needless too, Art. And the reason I didn't put it on the agenda was I didn't think it was a big deal until recently when she said, if the full board votes for it, and mind you, this is, well, we've got the meeting now, okay? You were gonna bring it up. I have no problem with that. So if you want to blame somebody for not being on the agenda, blame me.
I'm asking a question because it just seems to me that if everybody wants it, then it should happen. And I'm not blaming.
Well, I don't think
I'm not
everybody
blaming
wants
you.
it. I think the trustees want it. But
want it to appear on the agenda was my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
May I, Mr. Chair?
You're out. Shonda, why did you feel this needed to come to the board?
because it's a request that's outside of standard policy. And so it was a request of, at that point in time, the chairman from another trustee. If I am, and I'm precluded from taking directive from any single trustee. So in that case, I suggested it should be recorded and properly voted on, and whatever the board decides.
Everybody has their own way of doing things.
Mr. Chair, I
Gary.
call the question.
Hang on a minute, Gary.
I hate it when I'm crossways with the entire board, okay? I haven't gotten myself into that position very often, but the blame should be partly mine. From the beginning, I've said that I don't think having board member access to the presidential suite in general, okay, by key card, was a good idea and was outside the security hygiene of most colleges and universities. So if there's blame to be had for slowing this down while we talked about it, I'll take it. I understand that the chair and Art disagreed with me, but I have stated this position consistently.
And we're here, we're where we're at.
Okay, but I don't want it to be as if the president is the only one who felt this way. That's just not fair. I felt that way from the beginning.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I called the question.
Chair, I'm gonna second that motion.
Yes?
I second it.
All right.
It's not debatable.
It's- All right. So, call the question, we need to vote, correct?
Yeah. So there's a motion on the floor to call the question, which is to end debate. It's been moved and seconded. It is not a debatable motion, so we'll bring it right to a vote. It does require 2/3 vote, so 5 board members would have to vote yes in order to end the debate and call the question. On the call the question, Trustee Wolcott,
Yes.
Trustee Guerra,
Yes.
Trustee Dotson,
Yes.
Trustee Reyes,
Yes.
Trustee Daly,
Oh, yes.
and Chair Swanson. The motion to call the question is passed. The debate is ended on the motion that's on the floor.
Mr. Chair, can we take a 2-minute break?
We
After
gotta
we vote.
vote.
After we vote.
Have at it.
Okay, so the motion that is before the board is item 2.18, that the board be granted access to the administrative wing via key card access. Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That motion passes 6-0.
Okay, we're going to take a real quick break. When we come back, we're only going to do the student presidential advisory council report. The others will be postponed till next meeting. So, and then we'll get on with the business of what needs to be done. So we'll take 10 minutes. Huh? And I'm gonna be in there in a minute. Okay.
That had the two, you can speak twice rule?
All right, hey,
Anyway, it's okay.
okay, can we get going? We will do the, yeah, we will,
You know what, that takes priority.
I can't even, not even read
Say
that.
that takes priority.
All right, we will do the Student Presidential Advisory Council report. And that way Kenyatta can be back, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to invite the Student Presidential Advisory Council, Laura Agus and Taritzia Zayden, to provide their final report from the winter 2026 semester cohort from Student Presidential Advisory Council.
Would you like me to start?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Laura Agus, not the cool award winner over here that just graduated. No one has to take a picture with me. So I will start off with saying hello. I'm Laura Agus, and I have had the pleasure of serving on SPAC this past semester. Hopefully, I will survive next semester. I did apply, and hopefully I am selected. There's 10 students, so stiff competition. First, I want to talk about when I came to Mott. So it's pretty obvious I am a non-traditional or untraditional student. I'm going to be 38 on Sunday. I thank you. And I have 4 boys, actually 1 that attends here, my husband that also attends here. So Mott is extremely important to me. I have a 16-year-old, so soon to be here as well. We won't talk about the 8-year-old twins. They got a long time. But my goal when I came here was to start my second career. I've served as an executive director. I've served as a director in mental health facilities, geriatric facilities, and I came back because I found a passion, and Mott was where I landed. And my goal was to speed through here as quickly as I could because I am older. But joining SPAC actually slowed me down. And I want to thank the president and Marcus that has sat through our meetings as well. Because why? This college doesn't just offer a degree, it offered a community. And I mean that. That's not just me trying to fluff this up, right? I'm very direct, if anyone can tell. What I will say is some things that I've learned other than this being a community is that our voice and our opinions do matter. When we come into those meetings with the president, there's not an agenda that we're following that she's going through. It's our topics that we're addressing immediately. And follow through. So when we leave there, there's many times we're doing follow-up emails, and I think seeing that change happen in real time is extremely important, and knowing that there's only 10 of us that serve on that even puts more of a bearing of why it's so important for us to be in that. So I will say one thing I also learned is Marcus will not let me and the president have any access to tools because we've started our own improvement plans. I think facilities will appreciate that as well. All right, but on a more serious note, I did want to touch that, and I'm not trying to take any sides on this, but leadership as a whole receives criticism. I've been in that position as well, and sometimes I think we need to take a moment and think about, it's not always, everyone has the opportunity to get to know the president or others at this facility or on this board, as some of us do. And I will say, if you get that moment, take it, because I will tell you, again, we talked about cutting down trees and how many people are going to have that opportunity, about tearing down old phone booths and those types of things. I think those candid conversations are important, and some of our students or public will not have that opportunity, but I will say I do encourage students every time I get a chance to talk to them to apply for SPAC because I think it's extremely important. I also want to thank Student Life because they are the ones who got me into so many different things across campus and got me to slow down. I will be a clown also this semester at Confetti XO. You guys are looking at the first one. There was a long list of names I could not take. But I will move to some more important things of business that SPAC did cover. I had a peer that was here last meeting that discussed the surveys that took place across campus. At that time, we did not have the data. I'm assuming everyone has now since received it. It was sent out. Okay, Well, I can touch on a couple pieces, and if not, I will make sure it was sent out. Okay. All right. So at first, I'm going to touch the two that we went over were parking and accessibility and security. So just some highlights for those. For parking, we received over 254, as I'm sure anyone that works here at Mott knows that that's a very touchy subject. So that's probably why we had a large response, as well as 157 students responded to the safety. I do think that is in correlation to right before that, we also had another safety survey that had went out because we did I think it was an active shooter. So that could have been why there was a lower number. That's just my assumption. But looking through that, the results show that nearly 58% of students reported difficulty finding parking across campus, and more than half of the students found challenges that impacted their ability to attend class or access campus resources. Students frequently reference construction-related closures, limited parking, and high traffic buildings, and concerns with the garage as well in its condition. The survey also identified concerns related to safety at night. Over 80% of the students said during the day they felt safe on campus, but that significantly decreased during the evening. Lighting did seem to be an issue, as well as parking if students are having to park pretty far out and walk, especially our female residents, or excuse me, female staff, or students. I would have gotten there eventually, right? So really, this information has all been shared. I know that there has been some things that have already been discussed with with parking, and there's some things that we're not going to be able to change, but I do think it's important that students are heard on that note between safety and as well as parking. And then I just wanted to say thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I hope to see all of you guys in the fall as well.
Hello, good evening now. So, my name is Teresa Zaidan. Nobody knows me. I'm the most non-talkative person in Mott in general. So yes, I joined the ASPAC fall semester, and it was a great experience for me. I ran again in winter semester, past one, and it was amazing why I joined, because it was a true place, and this council is a great opportunity to let the student be heard, and the board and the president, she really, and everybody heard us, and especially what happens last month about the signs on the doors about the pistols and the weapons. So we wrote a letter, and we addressed that student didn't like it, and less than 48 hours we got the response that they gonna change it and they will find a solution. So this shows how really you hear students. And I'm gonna talk about the project for this semester. So it was about the charging stations, not just in Curtis here in Mott and Flint, but also in Fenton and in Lapeer. So we had two options, and they accept both. So we have the tabletop charging station, and so for Lapeer campus, they will add 5 table station in between every other computer in main area. And in Fenton, they will add 4 table station. As for the wall mounted charging station, we have at Curtis Mott, they will replace 3 current ones, 2 in the Bear Bistro and the small student area, a lounge next to the merchandise store, and 1 in the nursing lounge, the 2nd floor. At the Mott Memorial Building, 1 in the student lounge on the 2nd floor. In the library, 1 on the 1st floor, 1 on the 2nd floor. In the silent study area. At Gorman Building, replace 1 in the student lounge area and on the 2nd floor. And the RTC Building, 1 in the student lounge on the 2nd floor. Visual Arts, also 1, and the Family Life Center, also 1 in the main area. As for the Fenton campus, we're gonna add 1. You're gonna add 1 wall charging station, and that's it. You want the project cost? No. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, the cost will be like $10 million. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Chair, really quick, you did a great job speaking last Saturday at graduation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I was so scared, but
No, you did great. You had
Thank
people crying.
thank you.
Does anybody else want a picture before she leaves?
Yes, I felt today that I'm so famous. Everybody come, oh, can I take a picture with you? I said, okay.
Well deserved. Thank you so much. It's been a joy to have you on the council.
Okay, we're going to postpone 2 through 7 of the president's report until the next board meeting.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that a motion.
Second.
Okay,
Just a
all right. So we have a motion to postpone items 2 through 7 of the president's report till the next board meeting, and that's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none?
Is there any objection to any of that? Is there anybody you want to speak now or anything that's urgent? Well, we're here, so.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, we have 4 items that have been placed on the agenda for possible discussion in closed session, as would be permitted by Michigan's Open Meetings Act. We will need separate motions for each of these items in closed session, as the basis under the Open Meetings Act is different for each one. The first is a continuance of a discussion from our last regular meeting, the complaint brought against me by the faculty union and its president, Brian Littleton. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session on that matter pursuant to MCL 15.268(1)A.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion on that that's been seconded. Do we need roll call votes? Any discussion? Seeing none? Roll call.
Roll call vote to go into discussion on the, closed session on the pending ethics complaint. Open Meetings Act provides a closed session under MCL 15.2681A. Trustee Dotson.
Yes.
Trustee Guerra. Trustee Daly. Trustee Wolcott.
Yes.
Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Chair Swanson.
Yes.
That motion passes 6-0.
Okay, the second matter, oh, I'm sorry, John. Well, I will be with the rest of you for part of it, and then I will be leaving.
But who in total? The board? Who else? Our attorney?
The attorney, the parliamentarian, and the board.
Okay.
And actually, we've got the update on the,
CBA.
yeah, we're gonna, on the litigation. So can I let you know as soon as we go through all these so that?
Sure.
Okay. All right. The second is the update on collective bargaining negotiations. That's permitted under MCL 15.268(1)C. I would entertain a motion. Get a motion to go into closed session for the collective bargaining. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Roll call vote to go into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.2681C regarding collective bargaining agreements. Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Chair Swanson.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Okay, the third is pending litigation and other related matters. We're going to receive information from the attorneys on pending legal matters as permitted in closed session under MCL 15.268(1)E.
Second.
I have a motion, and it's been seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, roll call.
Motion to go into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.2681E to discuss pending litigation. Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Dotson? Trustee Guerra? Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Okay, the fourth is from earlier, the closed session minutes. We can go into closed session per MCL 15.2681H. I would entertain a motion for,
I'll make that motion.
Second.
okay, got a motion for the closed session minutes, been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote to go into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.2681H regarding the closed session minutes of April 27th, 2026. Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra? And Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That passes 6-0. The meeting now moves to closed session.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I had a question regarding closed session.
Yes.
Does any of the closed session items pertain to the document that was presented to President Shonda Snales at the last meeting?
I know what you're referring to. Yes, I believe that one of the items
Oh,
about
yeah.
pending litigation against the university would be.
Thank you.
Okay.
You did it.
Sure.
Okay, we're back in open session.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move that we approve the minutes of the closed session from April 27th, 2026.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the minutes of the closed session of the last meeting, and it's been seconded. Any discussion? Oh, as amended, excuse me.
Well, there was no motion on them. They were unofficial, and we went through and made corrections.
That's true, but that's to indicate that there was some change in what was proposed.
Yeah,
Whatever.
okay. Any discussion?
What?
Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Aguirre?
Yes.
And Chair Swanson.
I can approve them to the part I was there, yes. Okay. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I make a motion for the conclusion of the investigation of ethics complaint for Mott Community College Board of Trustees issued May 18th, 2026. An ethics complaint was filed by the president of the Mott Community College Faculty Union on March 18th, 2026. The complaint asserted that the Board of Trustees Chair Jeffrey Swanson lied at the December 12, 2025 arbitration hearing relating to a grievance filed by the faculty union. We have examined this matter and carefully and find that the complaint is unfounded based upon the fact that the chair did not falsely testify. In ruling in favor of Mott Community College, the arbitrator credited and adopted the testimony by Chair Swanson, which is supported by the minutes of the board's decisions in September, October, and November 2024. There was no false testimony.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion has been seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just for full transparency, this is a release statement from the Board of Trustees, and however, we're going to release with minutes and documentation a full article on paper so you guys can actually view it, and the public has access to view on why we made this decision.
Okay.
I was just going to say, the way in which the minutes will come out, this information will come out to the public, it should help to give a roadmap as to how we came to the conclusion that we came to. And it was a lot based on the arbitrator and what the arbitrator concluded. So as other information is founded or however that is, we definitely appreciate the voice of the people and public comment. But this is what we concluded as of today.
Any other discussion?
Just for point of clarity, Jeff, you can't vote on this one, can you? Okay.
No. No. So, seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry, Art.
Yeah, you know, this was an extremely unsettling event that we had to go through you know, with this. And as the statement says, as it will be released, there was contextual things that occurred that at first blush were not evident. And so when we went through the arbitration, it became clear as to what was going on. And context was the most important thing in this case, because we had data points and individually look one way, but when the picture gets filled, it looks a different way. But this was done with due diligence. It was something that we discussed at great length, and the statement goes through and is representative of what we went through and heard and read on this. It's so important, and we talked about that at a previous meeting, that any complaint that comes to the board has to be treated with the utmost respect. And I am confident that that is what happened here. I mean, I partook in it, and I am confident that that was what was done, so.
And just for transparency purposes, most of you know that anytime there is somebody, the chair that's involved, it comes right back down to the vice chair to do the investigation. I didn't think it was fair that I did that by myself, so I had this come to the full board so all of us can make the decision together.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote?
If there's no objections, I'll dispense with the reading of the motion, unless Trustee Gary would like to restate it. Okay. Motion to approve the statement is proposed by Trustee Guerra. Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
And Trustee Guerra, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes with one recusal.
Okay, we're up to board comment. Does anybody have any board comments?
Make a motion to adjourn.
No, hang on a minute. I have. Kenyatta, did you want to make a?
Just really quickly, I want to thank every speaker who comes forward for public comment. I know oftentimes it's not the easiest thing to do. Sometimes it takes courage. But I do want to thank, regardless of what side, what stance, what position you take, I just wanted to kind of close out this evening just by saying thank you to those who continue to come forward. It definitely informs us as trustees to move forward and do what we've been assigned to do.
And I'm sorry. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, I want to reiterate and piggyback on what Trustee Dotson said. I mean, they're standing right here or sitting right here, and decorum states that we don't react or answer public comment, and a lot of times, you know, people say something that you agree with, and a lot of times people say stuff that you don't agree with or that you believe is factually incorrect, or, you know, and it's hard to sit here and not give away what we're doing, but it's got to be even harder for someone who is not practiced in public speaking to stand there and talk, and they may get some reaction out of the audience, but no reaction to their audience, you know, from their audience. So it's got to be unnerving, and so thanking everybody for that is the right thing to do, I believe. And the second thing is that a lot of times people will come to us with public comment over a particular issue. And it's important, I believe, that everyone know, as I stated earlier, this board has reconfirmed that any complaint that comes forward, we, with due diligence, act on that. through the protocols and processes that we have in place. But when people come without documentation or without that allows us to do what we need to do, nothing can be done. And it's frustrating. I know it's got to be frustrating for the individuals who come, because they come with an issue, whatever that issue is. Sometimes it's, hey, thank you, my kid graduated, or I'm graduating, or whatever. And sometimes it's the opposite. And without that, we are not by choice, but rather by procedure and practice, paralyzed. So it's, I just think that that's something that more people need to be educated on.
And I would just like to say that thank you to the board for all the work that you did looking into the accusations and the outcome you came up with. A couple of late nights for you, I know, and I appreciate you doing the work. Thank you. And at that, there's no other comments. Meeting's adjourned.